यार गेम क्या सुपर स्मूथ चल रहा है।
Asus गेमिंग लैपटॉप, वो भी अमेजिंग डील के साथ, and I can pay आराम से with a 12-month no cost EMI. Crazy!
कहाँ से लिया?
Bro, JBL earbuds at 45% off. उसके ऊपर free Kindle and Audible subscriptions. Can you believe it? अब ये देख।
वो
शांति।
कहाँ से लिया? Sorry.
Hey, you! I'm tracking my run on this new smartwatch I got. Noise का 70% off.
Oh,
मैंने सोचा ऐसी डील पे मैं भी अपनी फिटनेस बढ़ा लूं. Seamless Bluetooth calling. Hey, I'm running towards you. Yeah. ये देख, I just got this Intel Evo laptop in exchange for my old one. 20,000 बच गए. बस 99 rupees में extended warranty. Plus 20% off भी मिल गया. Pretty sweet deal, right?
Totally feel you, bro. This iPad was always on my wish list. Got the latest one at a great deal and saved $8,000 in exchange for my old phone.
Hey, what's up?
सबको इतनी बढ़िया डील्स मिल रही हैं। ये सब कहाँ से लिया?
Amazon से लिया।
Amazon Great Indian Festival से
Amazon Great Indian Festival पर मिलेंगे इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स पर जबरदस्त डील्स, नो कॉस्ट EMI, एक्सचेंज ऑफर और सेम डे डिलीवरी।
अब इंडिया बोलेगा Amazon से लिया।
Bio, brothers, and friends, welcome to the TEC Challenger Series, where we are privileged to bring you franchise players versus Medal Esports in this best of three. Of course, though, I can't talk you through this alone. Joining me will be our fabulous producer of Sid, as well as not the fake, but the real CCV. How are you feeling about this one, bud?
I gotta say, I'm feeling this is going to be a pretty authentic matchup, just like my username, yes. But overall, considering the stakes that are involved in this tournament, first of all, let's just, completely have an overviewing perspective of this official event that we have, the Challenger Series. Again, Valorant Champions Tour, it's the off-season event, yes, but there is still so much at stake here for the South Asian teams, for the Southeast Asian teams, their names, their pride, the glory is on the line, alongside a prize pool of $30,000 US. And talking more in depth about the prize pool as well, let's see the exact specifications and the division in which the prize pool will be split amongst the top teams.
It's a lot of money to go around, isn't it, CCV?
Yes.
And bearing in mind, for some of the sort of non-franchise teams here, I'm sort of looking at Reckoning, who are currently playing against Velocity. I'm looking at the likes of Medal. 13,000 USD is a lot of money. And bearing in mind, we've seen in both qualifiers, both South Asia and Southeast Asian, it's been upsets 24/7. Like, Enigma went out yesterday. I mistakenly took a nap. I woke up and I clearly had missed. I don't know what I'd done because somehow Enigma had got out in the qualifiers. Now, franchise players, of course, the global esports team playing under the name franchise players. Dare I say it, they may not be as safe as we thought they would be, and we may have some very, very good teams here in contention.
Absolutely. I mean, considering this is the final stage these teams have, the South Asian teams more specifically, of securing a spot in the top 8, securing a spot in the playoffs for the Challenger Series amongst the qualifiers, this is the final hurdle. You clear this best of 3, you win here, you are sure shot sending your team and yourself forward and looking to take a claim of that 30,000 prize pool. So keeping that in mind, Medal Esports, definitely, they'll have their eyes locked and loaded, ready for that qualifying spot. And of course, franchise players as well. The thing is, once we talk about like predictions and once we talk about the exact specifications of this best of 3, I'm not going to lie, Kremer, I am completely on the boat of Medal Esports because franchise players, I don't know what kind of a name this is. I've never heard of this team before. I didn't even bother to look at their players. They're probably some amateur players of the South Asian region. I've never heard about them. Keeping that in mind, I definitely think Medal is going to take this one home. But what are your thoughts?
I tell you what, franchise players, of course, the new kids on the block. I think when you're a newer team, you have that air of unknown, so anti-strategy them may be much harder. So I actually think franchise players could take this. I'm thinking, dare I say, I think it's going to go 3 maps. I think, of course, Medal, the more established team here, is definitely going to have an advantage with it being a best of 3. But I think franchise players may have a chance.
Yeah, and well, speaking of franchise players as well, why not take a look at their lineup? Let's go through the players. Hellranger, Kappa, Lightning Fast, Skills, SK Rossi. Again, I haven't heard these names completely, so I'm not so sure exactly who they are. Their photo shoots, however, definitely look professional. They look very serious, like they are ready to absolutely obliterate their opposition. However, will they be able to do so? Only time will tell.
It's they look like they mean business, don't they?
Yeah.
Of course. But with all these players being unknown, I think I've seen SK Rossi in ranked at some point. He may be a player to watch out for. Of course, this being the first tournament we see from franchise players, we have no real way to be able to determine how well they're going to be able to do. Of course, let's take a look at their opponents. And I mean, CCV, you're a big advocate for these guys. You've seen how good they can be.
Yes, in the last TEC Challenger Series as well, we saw the likes of Medal Esports. They, in the online phase, especially prior to the LAN, they were having really exceptional performances. I still remember a specific best of 3, or shall I say a specific map that Medal had played against Lethal Esports, where, believe it or not, Kremer, Medal Esports had played the entire map in a 4 versus 5, yet they were able to win it with the score of 13-11. Towards the very end, God Vexy, the guy in front of our screens, he had disconnected ejected, unfortunately, because of, I believe, electricity issues. But then he had rejoined, and Medal were able to defeat yet another experienced team such as Lethal. So keeping that in mind, all jokes aside, Medal are still a very strong team, and these players individually boast a lot of experience from both of the rosters.
You're absolutely right. And of course, we take a look at the head-to-head. I imagine a lot of these stats have come from the games sort of prior to this one, so we have
Yeah.
sort of 2 or 3 best of ones to go off of. Rossi doing extremely well. I think there's no surprises there. Yeah, in all seriousness.
Absolutely.
Rossi is the sort of the player you expect to do well. For Tricky, surprisingly, actually, it's keeping up with Rossi. Like, there's only kind of 70, 80 ACS in that, and that could swing so quickly over the course of a series. So I think, all jokes aside, this probably will be a 3-mapper.
Yeah, considering that and considering this rivalry as well, because here in the 9th edition of the Challenger Series, we have seen only a single matchup of Medal Esports, right? Which was when they played on the map of Bind against the likes of Team Valor, another really well-known team, I'd say, in the Tier 2 scene of South Asian Valorant. And keeping that in mind, it was played on the map of Bind. Tricky ended up getting 32 kills and 16 deaths as a raise. As an entry fragger, my man had a KD of 2, a kill-death ratio of 2, which is an insane statistic. So keeping that in mind, Tricky up against SK Rossi as well, again, one of the most renowned players, if not the most renowned player of South Asia, is going to be a rivalry for the entire length of this best of 3. And speaking of the best of 3 as well, Kremer, take us through the maps where these battles shall be fought.
Of course, we've got Fracture opening. This is going to be the pick of Medal, followed by Pearl, which will be the pick of franchise players, with our decider being Bind. Now, for me, I think that Pearl's probably going to be the most interesting map, at least in terms of stratagem from both of these teams, with it being the newer map. There is no set meta in how to play Pearl. We're seeing relatively similar agent compositions. We are seeing, though, that some teams prefer Astra, some teams prefer Omen. In APAC particularly, we have seen a little bit more Astra, but that's still up in the air. And so I think Pearl is where we get to see some proper innovation come out. The Fracture, historically for franchise players, when they've been playing under other names, has been a good map for them. Certainly not their best map, but one they've been able to produce results on. I think for Medal here, best case scenario would be you avoid Bind, but I think that if they do end up going to Bind, it's not the end of the world, really.
Absolutely. I think even for the side of franchise players as well, right? This roster that has played under different names, shall we say, in the past, Bind hasn't been a map of theirs of particular liking. They've always led to a lot of innovation here, kind of like other mainstays of this region, you know. My mind always thinks of like Velocity Esports whenever I think of Bind with regards to innovation, because Velocity were one of the initial teams who used to bring out, I believe it was Deathmaker on the Raze, like really a jet main started picking the Raze. Enigma, another very well-known team, of course not in this tournament anymore, but regardless, another very well-known team, always used to go for one of my favorite metas, which was Astra Viper Sage, like a very defense-sided, a very control-heavy kind of meta. They brought it out on Bind. So in accordance to that, Medal can definitely take some pointers, bring them forward onto this map of Bind, and play it against the likes of franchise players. As for franchise players themselves, I'm not really sure what they'll be bringing, because yet again, to all the people watching, it's been so long since we've seen this roster in action. Whatever they have been prepping, you know, within themselves in private, whether it be their scrims, their theory sessions, their dry runs, everything has been kept far, far away from the public eye. Now that it's going to be brought forward, we will be seeing it, but we still don't know what shall we be seeing.
You're absolutely right. And bearing in mind that while Champions was running, there was a good kind of month or two period where teams just weren't playing. So there was a lot of time to theory craft. There was a lot of time to get your reps in scrims. And it means that it's probably why we're seeing so many upsets in the qualifiers, actually, because teams have had such a long time to mold, gel with each other, and then prepare for this tournament. So I think that for Medal, bear in mind, Medal has a support staff. They have a very talented coach. The August office is very supportive of its Valorant roster. I imagine there's probably going to be a fair bit of anti-stratting going into this.
That also has to play within the factor of what kind of composition are these teams picking, right? Are they
Exactly.
picking a kind of composition where they are playing reactionary Valorant? And what I mean by that is, you bring a lot of initiators, or you bring a lot of agents who have a ton of utility. You anticipate what your opponents are doing. You try and predict what they'll be doing next. Let's say if you're on defense, our first map, it's going to be the map of Fracture. If I'm going to take an example of that, if you're already there on A dish as one of the defenders, say you're going to be an anchor as well, right? You're going to be a cipher, or more adeptly, I guess you're going to be a chamber. You already know
Yeah.
the attackers may push from A dish. What kind of a reaction will you have that? Will you call your Viper? Will you call your Brimstone 8 in towards A dish, set up their mollies to prevent the attackers from pushing in? Or are you going to be playing to a different extent? So anti-stratting or counter-stratting can absolutely be a major factor. I highly agree with you. But to look at it from a more specific angle, we definitely will have to consider the composition of these players as well, and what kind of
Yeah.
theory are they looking to play under in this best of three.
There's a world where composition may not have any effect on it. We saw that at least in the best of ones going into this
I mean, this is
from
South
franchise
Asia.
players.
Yeah.
It's just up in the air sometimes. But we saw from franchise players that the best of ones, sort of
Right.
leading up to this match,
Mhm.
they really franchise players did enjoy sort of going very hyper aggressive, and sort of after planting utility didn't really matter if they just keep
Mhm.
pushing till everyone's dead. And I
Right.
think that even when teams are backing off into retake setups, they were just taking these huge, sort of kind of vast land grabs, and then just sitting back with all the map control they could ever want. So for franchise players, I think their kryptonite going into this is how well Medal can control their aggression. If they can keep lightning fast, if they can keep Rossi under wraps, then I think that this could be a really difficult bearing in mind for Fracture and Pearl, if your
Mhm.
attack is weak on both of them, you're going to have a really tough time in this series.
Absolutely. Yeah, attack has got to be like I mean, I wouldn't say strong suit, but it's got to be strong at the very
Yeah,
least. That is,
yeah,
it's a
absolutely.
it's a mandatory requisite for every single team picking these maps, and I don't think these teams are really going to be faulting over or collapsing on their attacks, considering one of them has picked up Fracture, considering the other has picked up Pearl and Bind as well. Bind generally being a defender-sided map, your attack still needs to hold up pretty strong if you need to, still be able to salvage the half. But enough about Bind. We'll talk about it if the need be. For now, the map is going to be Fracture. Already we can see the franchise players as well. Once more, they'll be playing heavily based off of their utility. You've got Lightning Fast. He'll be choosing, the raise. He'll be at the forefront of every single execute. SK Rossi, we know him as the Operator King. He'll be on the chamber. He'll be the anchor his team needs, and also aggressing whenever the need be. Exactly what you had said, Kremer. Multiple players of franchise players, they can be the ones initiating these gunfights. They can take up those solo peaks as well, even if they're considered dangerous. Because of the experience these players bring to the table, they can still convert those plays into advantages.
What I quite like is for franchise players, they seem to have an acronym at the start of their name. I don't know what GE could possibly stand for, but
Green,
maybe it's well, maybe
green
we'll figure it out
energy.
over the course.
I
Green
think
energy.
it's an environmentalist.
Oh
kind of
right. They're trying
activism.
to push some
Exactly.
activism. I like that.
That's
I like
really
that.
good.
Yeah, for Battle Esports, I quite like the fact we're seeing the neon come out on Tricky here. It makes me think that, bear in mind they are starting on their attack, they could be trying to go really, really aggressive.
Oh, I mean, looking at Medal Esports right now, this is definitely extremely tempo-based that they're playing. When it comes to the map of Fracture, in terms of Sentinels, yeah, there's only one major choice that is there. There's not much of a market share, unlike what franchise players are doing, bringing multiple Sentinels. If you have only a single choice, we all know whom the agent is going to be.
Yeah.
It's quite obvious to everyone. Chamber is going to be picked. So, which is why Medal have gone for the same, and the same can be said for franchise players. It's really the other agents that are going to be brought forward. And as for Medal, choosing the neon is really honing in on their, like I said, their tempo capabilities. They want to surprise franchise players, shall I say, with their unbrittled aggression at the very start. But this also goes hand in hand with what does their defense look like? Like, what does their defense look like? Because
Yeah.
for the side of franchise players, their defense can be pretty strong. They've got a Sage and a Chamber. Brimstone is always going to be there regardless. And even Raze has a couple of abilities which he can use to further delay the execute, right? You can send the Boombot, you can send the Pain Shells. If you have the Showstopper as a luxury ability, you can use that on your defense, further slow down the attack or even kill multiple attackers. That kind of same prerequisite isn't necessarily present for the side of Medal. Yes, Neon has a little bit of those slowing abilities, like definitely the Quakes are going to be powerful in terms of delaying the attack, but the fast wall, the rapid run, it's I'm not really sure how well can it hold up on the defense, but still, Medal are definitely
Yeah.
an attack-oriented team for the time being.
I think that when you are playing Neon on the defense, I think your best
Mhm.
strategy is to just compartmentalize the map. So
Mhm.
whether it be on every round, bear in mind you still have the breach to help you. And I think the Neon breach combo can be lethal if used to the
Yes.
right efficiency. And so you either push for dish control, you push for main control, you may even try and fight for arcade control. Regardless of where you're going, we may see this breach and this Neon sort of roam around the map like a tag team terror, and then just see what control they can garner. And I think as long as they're
Yeah.
taking a part of the map for every round on their defense, then you can make the Neon work. But of course, against franchise players, I don't know if that sort of hyper aggressiveness is going to work against them.
You could definitely go for it. And you actually do bring up a really good point on your defense, is that taking up all of those transitional spaces on a map, right, and pushing them early on as a defender to make sure that even if the attack is going to push you, you gave the example of A dish. A dish seems to be a particular place of, I'd say, both of
Yep.
our liking. We are giving a lot of examples of that. I can use it again. Or shall I say arcade, right? If as a Neon in Breach, on defense, you can get arcade control early on. Utility won't seem to matter a lot because later on in the round, towards the middle stages of the round, what can happen is that even if the attackers are pushing you, they're throwing flashes, they're throwing raised pain shells at you, smokes are being brought out, you can just fall back and you're only giving up control of arcade, which I just said is again a transitional space. It's a space where attackers and defenders can keep on going for that back and forth during the course of a round. You're not really sacrificing any defender owned map control, which can be a bomb site, which can be a spawn, which can be an area of rotation like underpass. So keeping that in mind, Medal can absolutely employ this strategy on their defense of pushing forward early on. But again, that's all the theory crafting we have for the second half. Right now, it's time to jump into practicality. It's time to actually see the gameplay, and it's time to see which team shall be moving on forward into the playoff stage of the Challenger Series. So without any further ado, in just a matter of seconds, we'll be seeing franchise players up against Medal Esports on the map of Fracture.
It's no more funny business now. It's down to the nit, grit, and spit of Fracture. With Medal Esports starting on our attack, it looks like it may be an early list over to B. 3 players stacked up, ready to take a duel on what is going to be one very lonely chamber. With the Fades just making sure there's no dish push, this is going to make sure there is a lot of control worth garnering here. The Shorty and Classic combo for Rossi here. I quite like how he has the Classic just on hand as a just in case as to whether or not he'll be able to catch out one of these early players. Tricky with the Neon, can't risk the push, knowing the trademark's in position. For Rossi, it's a fairly passive setup, but you do have this early info grab.
With a little amount of utility that Medal Esports have, they surely are looking to make the best out of it. The Aftershock goes through further, pushing Rossi back towards towers. He peeks with the shorty, but now he is taken down just as quickly as the bullets were fired by Ezzy. So, side control, plain and simple. Franchise players are playing off of the retake, and it's a set retake of theirs. They are ready with the smokes. You can see, there it goes, the fault line, the smokes come through, skill speaks, he lands the headshot, and now all of the defenders move back into the bomb site. They have gotten 1 kill, but currently they are being gunned down. We are still at an equal numbers advantage.
Down to the 3 versus 3. Ezzy, low on HP, has to be very, very careful here. Just sort of shifting through a smoke, hoping that timing may favor him now. Sage Wall is going to make this retake damn difficult. Ezzy from the flank reveals himself. The back and forth is just perfect. It's all on skills. 1 versus 3. And only with the 2 bullets left in the frenzy. Unfortunately for the members of Medal, they may have to share. Unfortunately, Ezzy has no reservations about that. A 3k from him despite his low HP. And with that, we're going to be seeing Medal take our pistol rounds and open Fracture with a bang.
So, Medal Esports as well, right? They have this repertoire of constantly looking to win their pistols. I remember in their most recent match against Team Valor as well. Again, that was on the map of Bind, but still, Medal ended up winning both of their pistols on attack and on defense, first half and second half. alongside the next round, alongside the anti-eco, and that's exactly what Medal are looking to do. Have the anti-eco, Ezzy is even going for a hero vandal at this point. Not necessarily a hero vandal, but a force buy with this vandal, looking to convert this round into a very, very easy win. And once more, prior it was the A bomb side, prior it was the B bomb side, this time it's A. SK Rossi finds himself all alone, no support, can get a kill, he's sneaking around, he finds one! And wait a minute, bad man. Almost was going to go down, but it's going to be a kill converted nonetheless, and Spike goes down yet again.
It's a small flaw in the defense there, but Rossi, he exploits it to make it look like it's considerably worse than it actually is. A nice recovery from Medal, brings it down to the 4v4. With a Spectre on site, it's going to be very hard for the franchise players to recover this. A three-man push now through lane. Fox spots out the first. He knows there's a second there, but does he anticipate the third? No, he doesn't. Skills. There's a lot of damage, but no kill. It's Envy comes to the rescue. Leaving it all onto one very lonely Raze. Lightning first, shut down by another 3k from Ezzy, with a hell of a start to Fracture now. And if this chamber can keep it up, SK Rossi may have his work cut out for him to try and match that.
Oh, 100%. I mean, Rossi definitely had his time in this round. It's going to go in a highlight reel for sure. But still, Medal Esports keep it running with only a minimal loss of casualties, a single player dying in that round. They make sure the round is a win of theirs, and, you know, they further extend the round lead into their own bank. So, now that franchise players can finally afford some of the rifles, and more specifically utility, what is their defense looking like? Medal Esports, they're looking to replicate their same sort of execution. Now move very rapidly towards the B-bomb side. Kippa guns down two of the members on the side of this attack, and the battle stage seems to be working. Rossi's back this time with an upgraded shotgun, not the shotty, it's the judge. And the verdict is, Medal are not going to be surviving anytime soon.
Ezzy may be able to do a bit of damage here, and I think bear in mind it was the bonus for Medal. They hadn't invested too heavily into their last round, so for Ezzy here, 1 or 2 kills just to try and keep the franchise player economy honest may help out. Unfortunately, the only franchising will be the franchise players' first round, so put themselves on the board with a very, very clean buy round. I'll tell you what, Rossi is loving his shotguns. With shorties on pistol round, second round, out comes the judge. We can finally see him on something that, dare I say, is a little more accurate with the Vandal, up against the full bite of Medal, but the tour de force on Ezzy as well.
So how exactly is Ezzy looking to utilize that? We can already see he's brought the weapon out, he's unlocked it, it's in his hands, so he has full intent of using that bolt action to the best of its capabilities, and we know that the Dode Force is going to be in amazing hands if Ezzy is ready for it. Otherwise, it's going to be Tricky, who gets his revenge. Not only does he find revenge, he amplifies it even further by taking down Rossi. Lightning fast falls towards A main, and this is exactly the tempo kind of Valorant we were talking about Medal want to play. They want to focus on just sheer momentum as early as possible, capitalize off of it, kill the enemies as early as possible, and then take side control. They have been very successful in this execute so far.
Badman may be timing if he's not careful though. Down to the 4 versus 2. Make that a 4 versus 3. And with low HP on the fade here, Skills is in quite a lethal position. Flash out is going to give Hellranger a lot of control. And with the Aftershock and Fault Line available, Tricky could be in some serious trouble here. Out comes the Orbital Strike. Won't quite garner too much control just yet, but Tricky's able to catch out the first. Traded by the Fault Line, leaves it all onto Skills. 1 versus 2, and time is not favoring him at all. Vexy with the timing is going to shut down Skills, and with that Medal are going to go 3-1 up, responding with a buy round of their own and showing franchise players that actually we quite like Vandals too. For Tricky though, I love how aggressive this is, and we were talking earlier about this Neon Breach combo. That's it there.
I mean, that's just a plain and simple theoretical pitch perfect example of, you know, how a duelist is supposed to work with the initiator on attack. Again, any up and coming players watching, this is what I love about these matches as well. Right now that we have the Southeast Asian matches as well, and we're broadcasting them every single day, all of the tier 2, all the tier 3 up and comers and amateur players, there's so much to learn from these VODs. You watch them time and time again, and every single time you will learn a lot about Valorant theory, practicality, and not just individual skills such as crosshair placement or counter strafing or even minuscule utility usage. with regards to your team, you can learn that. It's one thing to know how your agent uses their utility in a specific scenario with regards to their individual set of skills, but it's another thing to know how in an overall composition your utility has got to work and what purpose does it exactly serve. So right now we are seeing Medal's utility. It's all about that execution. It's all about the tempo. I know I've said this word a lot of times, and believe me, I will say it a lot, but this is the kind of theory Medal are going for. They want side control at all costs, no matter how many people they have to shred through. The only problem Medal may have is in the late rounds when franchise players are going for the retake. We saw this right now. Medal had to use their orbital strike as well. It was brought out just to keep the defenders at bay. So later on in the rounds, these retakes could be a little bit troublesome for them if they're not careful with their utility.
On the topic of trouble, though, we are seeing the revelation of SK Rossi's glass cannon up, and that may be the spanner in the works as to how Medal can get to the sites quickly. See SK Rossi taking a very aggressive stance here on main. He's even going to destroy the trademark to potentially instill the fear of, I guess, the fear of op over on Medal. So everyone takes the rope. They're going to go join one another on the other side of the map, making a bit of noise on it though. Rossi's aware of the rotation, but he doesn't know where this congregation is going to destinate themselves. And with a bit of a push through to A main, it's going to be Kappa, the player who may be the first point of contact. And with no wall available for this Sage either, stopping this push is going to have to rely on slowing rather than killing.
Absolutely, we know Kappa. He is the battle Sage. We saw that in action just yet.
Oh, they avoid the boombot.
They avoid the boombot. Kappa looking to go for a slow up. Now comes the entire execution. Quakes, fault lines, everything is brought out. Kappa, even though he was stunned, he finds one. Lightning fast swings through a smoke. He gets one. Most importantly for the side of franchise players, they keep control of the A-bomb side. They do not let Medal push through. And these two brave souls, they'll still be looking to move on forward. Franchise players, they give them side control. They are now playing on the basis of the retake. They're looking to individualize these gunfights, and that's exactly what happens. Tremor, you mentioned the operator at the start of the round. We all had our eyes on it towards the start, but it's the thing that ends round number 5.
Really, really strong flick from Rossi as well. What I'm actually quite interested in was, I'm not sure if you saw from Hellranger there, that fault line was through Defender's spawn to the tip of A main, and it stuns both players who are swinging Kappa there. Concussed is good for one. Perfect. The fact he's able to stay alive there is a beautiful swing from Lightning Fast to support his teammate there. Great delay from them. And for Medal, it's going to shatter their economy. Down to the eco. They do have a Rolling Thunder and an Orbital Strike. That could be a nasty combo. Out comes the Surge from the Neon. However, hasn't quite been able to find a target just yet. Kappa gets the hell out of there.
Yeah, and the slow up as well, working in unison with all the utility, means that Hellranger has free access to just jump back in, get 3 kills, drop God Pixie, and drop the spike alongside it. So, as he gets one with the Headhunter, really nice kill, but the operator will be retreated. SK Rossi will be back for his revenge very soon, and the Chamber, she'll be looking to put the other one in the coffin. But as for this round, yeah, quick and simple, we all know what was destined to happen. Medal had that half buy. We saw a couple of stingers brought out. There was Tricky's ultimate. Sadly for Tricky, it went in vain. No usage of that means that franchise players are definitely back into it. And this right in front of our screens is going to be a pretty darn exceptional, or shall I say, an influential round, considering the economy of teams that's at stake here and the ultimate economy that's at stake here as well.
Yeah, we do have a big glut of ults here to be wielded. Ricky once again so fast. It's a beautiful flash from the brim, or from the breach, sorry, to get a bit of early control. Followed up by the Nightfall. Tricky just swinging sight here up close to Generator. Realizes that it's going to be a retake setup for franchise players, but it's through the wall that we're going to see skills fall. And with no smokes to try and aid you in this retake, this makes something become very difficult. Rossi's good for the first, now comes the Resurrection, followed up by the counter-rolling Thunder from both teams, an Orbital Strike on top of that. It's a myriad of ultimates to be cascaded upon both teams, but nonetheless, franchise players, they stay on top in terms of player count. Instant trades from skills there to avenge Kappa, leaving it all onto Badman. 1 versus 4, remember, in that chaos, there wasn't a spike plant either. Badman now is going for damage, good for 2, and honestly, I would argue that may be a bit of an overextension from franchise players here. As skills will try and finish the job. It's a labored round, but nonetheless, the huge commitment of ults there from both teams means that going into this eco now for Metal Esports, it's going to be a pretty dire circumstance to work your way out of, and we may see the butterfly effect of this heavy commitment for a good 3 or 4 rounds now.
In terms of the strategy of Metal as well, this will have sheer consequences because again, the tempo focused play of theirs, Tricky being the first person to push forward, you have all the utility dumped for the execution and you have a little bit of utility reserved for that post plant. This strategy seems like it's not going to be working anytime soon against franchise players, or it's not going to be working until it is tweaked, because franchise, they just dealt with that quite well. Mind you, they still had 2 of their players surviving, the spike was dropped, and like you said, no plant went down, so the objective of Medal was completely deterred. They were not able to go for that execute, and no!
That's gonna hurt.
Oh, that's going to be physical and mental damage right there. Metal Esports, they're still looking to, come back or, like, again, try and salvage this round to the best of their abilities, but franchise players, they moved on forward so much, and the gun difference means that the defenders may have better chances of just winning it out.
Planted.
You talk about a gun difference, I'll tell you what, Metal Esports are making it look pretty even for the time being. Really, really strong stuff with their sheriffs so far. However, with low HP on the breach and brim, it means that they need to land these final couple of shots, and Rossi's taking no chances. Out comes the tour de force. Spot out a player just yet, hoping someone would swing him. Unfortunately, it's with the assistance of a fault line, switches to the headhunter, avoids the flash, but it doesn't matter. Fox sends Rossi to the ether. Hellranger is a raining hellfire down on his opposition, but it's down to a 1 versus 2. With 2 players on 2 different angles to worry about. Badman swings out. Yes, he falls, but the time is too far gone. It's a thrifty as Medal keep it level with franchise players. 4-4 the scoreline, and having baited out the tour de force from Rossi as well, that was a exceedingly successful round from Metal Esports.
100%. By all means, Metal Esports did their due diligence and went above and beyond as to getting everything sorted out for the round, because sure, not only did they win it, yes, it was a thrifty, and the person who was last alive as well, he wasn't able to convert it into he wasn't able to get a rifle. Essentially, he'll still have to buy, but the purpose of disrupting franchise players' momentum by winning this thrifty, definitely having a chink in the armor for their side and disrupting the mentality of franchise players as well. Franchise players were definitely thinking highly of themselves after shifting through that entire execute Medal had when the full buy was brought out from their side. Franchise players dealt with all of that, yet they lost the thrifty. It's going to be affecting them. As for the Medal players, now they can completely buy. They planted the spike. They had good post-plant positioning as well. Almost everyone chipped in to get those kills. Everyone got that extra bit of credits to their name as well, which will allow them to buy even more utility. And this tactical timeout also means that they can completely discuss what to do towards this end of the first half before the side swap happens. What can Medal do to make sure they are at a slight advantage if possible? Something along the lines of a 7-5 is possible, well, with both sides to an extent.
You're right, and the 7-5 is recoverable for both sides as well. I think 5 rounds is sort of your minimum criteria here. And it looks achievable for both teams. So it wouldn't surprise you if we see a 6-6 half here. Thus far, though, in terms of ult management, franchise player have an orbital strike, but that's it. In terms of that huge ult dump we saw just a couple of rounds ago, we're really starting to feel the effects of it now, because for Metal Esports, they don't have much to support what is a fairly strong buy. Rossi, operator in hand, looking to set his gaze towards Dish, and with the opening, Badman's removed. The ult orb is going to allow them to get this Rolling Thunder, though. That is going to hit Rossi, but this is more to buy space rather than to garner kills. Over in main, lightning fast, catches out Ezzy. Down to 3 players now is Medal. They spot out Rossi. A missed shot, punished it. Tricky's been able to do so, and having seen the Fade Horns come through, there's going to be a trade onto Lightning Fast. Prowler even. Fox, forwarded position towards defender's spawn. Is he aware of this huge Dish presence, though, from franchise players, ready to land straight on him?
This time, franchise players, they're going to go for the orbital strike. Hell Ranger in the meanwhile gets one kill, and the defenders now opt to move into the bomb site together as a full unit. The smokes obscure the line of sight. Tricky still finds the kill onto the person looking to defuse the strike. Hell Ranger very low on HP, now sent 6 feet under. Kappa though wins a double. Both headshots. Battle Sage works the miracles yet again. She takes life, she brings them back, but most importantly, she keeps the advantage with the side of franchise players. Yet again, a very dicey round. I mean, if you compare this round and if you ask people the results, what will be the result of this round? At the start, when the execute was happening, when Medal Esports were definitely looking strong, converting this 5v3 into a 3 versus 3, then towards the very end, where it was still looking extremely dicey, Kappa, him having a 10-6 game right now, I gotta say, he is having just a tear in the server.
Yeah, he absolutely is. And I tell you what, I feel like, yeah, that was a really strong afterplan from Medal. It's just a small mistake at the end where they delay the second peak. Just a moment, and it's instantly punished. Lightning Fast, good for the first. The bait and switch is damn strong. Hellranger's getting in on the action as well, shutting down Tricky on the trade. The repartee not going in favor of Medal. They look to have a party over on this B site. Ropes taken by the Breach is going to allow all three of them to stack up in B. Main Fox making his rotation known. The question to franchise players now is where are they going to rotate to? And actually, they may be trying to bait the aggression of franchise players here by taking the rope. They're trying to force them into arcade, so when they go under now, they can catch these arcade players off guard. But it looks like franchise players, they're just not flinching, CCV.
No, they're anticipating this. They're waiting for it yet again. It's going to be Kappa holding out the angle. He's got assistance as well. Kappa still wants to swing wide. However, skills will be shut down, and this should be the cue for the Sage to fall back. Well, Kappa does that nonetheless, and there is still going to be, this rolling retreat of sorts from the side of franchise players. They're not falling back completely towards their spawn. They're still holding these one-off angles. They're still playing touch and go. We saw skills go for that towards the arcade boxes. Kappa was doing that. Even Hell Ranger was holding the arcade angle. But none of that seems to be relevant right now, as Medal will be finding themselves a free A bomb site, a completely free execute. And now in this post-clan scenario, it's up to franchise players to do something different. Both of the teams, they've got one very useful ultimate each in their name.
Rossi, it's a nice trade. However, is he going to be good for the follow-up? There's the Rolling Thunder commitment there on top of that initial hit. This is a huge commitment from both teams, actually, and what I really wasn't expecting there. Hellranger wins on utility. I can't help but feel like for Badman there, that orbital strike was a little bit of an overcommitment, particularly when you knew you didn't have a main control. It feels like that delay was sort of delaying the inevitable.
Indeed. I mean, again, as the saying goes, desperate time call for desperate measures. Badman saw fit, to use the orbital strike, but he was very low on HP. Even if he could have gotten 2 kills with the orbital strike, like best case scenario, there was still Rossi in towards A main. He still could have, easily won that firefight with the headhunter, or even with his secondary pistol, whatever he may have had on him, not just the operator itself. But regardless of that, what's happened has happened, no point talking about it. Medal Esports, their hand now is forced. Yet again, franchise players are winning their rounds in groups, in solid chunks. Earlier they won 3 rounds consecutively. Now for the past 2 rounds, they have defused the spike. Medal, they're going to go for this eco yet again. Tricky will be bringing out the ultimate. Free bomb site. Franchise players don't want to play from within the bomb site. They want to play off of it. They want to go for their retake. And it may just be successful, but we still have to wait and watch.
This Bucky at point blank must be terrifying. His Tour de Force over in main finishes off Kappa, and actually Ezzy once more. He's suspected Lightning Fast. I think you just saw an elbow there. The boom bot though, will that change position? No, it won't. He'll just shoot that as well. If it moves, it dies. And if it dies, Ezzy moves on. Backs off for the time being though, so maybe invite Lightning Fast for a peek. And Lightning Fast will oblige. This is a lot of shots he's baiting out of this Tour de Force. Unfortunately, while this is happening, though, his team is slowly but surely being pummeled into the ground. Potentially another thrifty here for Medal Esports. And with that, it'll be 6-5. Yes, in favor of franchise players. But I can't help but think, CCV, the psyche may have been bruised a little bit from this.
I mean, yet again, it's another thrifty, psychologically. Franchise players, they must be weirded out by what has been happening for the 2 rounds. This same exact phenomenon has taken place in Medal Esports. When, the night seems the darkest for their side, they still shine regardless. They still win the rounds. And once more, we are not seeing a major difference between both of these teams. Medal only trail by a single round, and they can very well equalize it as we head on forward into the last round of the first half. A couple of players in Franchise Esports, they've got bulldogs in hand, half armor. Medal Esports, again, no breaks whatsoever. Nightfall brought out. Tricky is going to be moving in. ST Rossi, yes, he's got the judge, but no, he will not be winning the gunfight. Medal find the bomb site, and they plant the spike.
It's an absolutely huge change of pace here from Medal. I'm really liking how flexible they're willing to be on these executions. Vexy's taken down. Low HP on the Neon means that they really have to be careful here. Showstopper out from Lightning Fuss, trying to find a target. Still unable to do so, though. The skills finishes off Ezzy. Then it's a 2-4 for Lightning Fuss. At the ropes, at his feet. He shuts down 2 players. That low HP on Tricky comes back to bite him. And for Bad Man, what good can he hope to do in a 1v5? Smoked off, mollied off, caught off. And with that, it's a consolation kill as he finishes off skills. But as predicted, CCV, a 7-5, recoverable regardless of the score line. The question now is, how good is Medal's defense going to be? We said it needed to be aggressive.
Before that, correct me if I'm wrong, Kremer, but that was the only resurrection we saw, right, from Kappa the entirety of the half? Oh, was there another?
No. We saw another. When there was that huge ult, he brought us.
Oh, right. Okay. Then, I was like, Kappa seems to very rarely use that resurrection, but then again, it's a very powerful ultimate. Yeah.
It's a level playing field.
Yeah.
No,
I mean,
he had used it.
So he had used it. My apologies. But yeah, coming back to the point that you were mentioning, it's going to be Medal's defense, right? And we had theory crafted a lot about this in the pre-match presentation. We were going ham with how exactly Medal can look to gradually give off that map control or gradually let franchise players move forward. Because unlike Medal's attack, franchise players don't have the sheer overpowering nature of the execute, right? When Medal Esports attack, they bring forward the Fade Prowlers, they bring forward the Nightfall, Neon's there with the Wall, Neon's there with the Rapid Run, the Quakes as well, you've got Breach, you've got the Brimstone Smokes, and of course, for the flank watch, Ezzy is always present. Franchise players don't have that sheer capacity to execute. They have to take it a lot more slower. They have to play a lot more on their information that they'll be able to gather. Information on the basis of course, you've got Chamber. Even the Raze utility at times can give some of that info. They can play on the basis of that, but they cannot go for those rapid executes. Keeping that in mind, in this halftime pause that both of these teams have, they will be having a lot of discussions with their new sides that they'll be playing in, Medal's defense, and of course franchise players in their attack as well. Are there any thoughts you have with regards to how they should be looking at approaching this half?
I think franchise players, because they have quite a lot more experience, we're more than likely going to be seeing the first couple of rounds almost feelers to see what Medal are going to be planning, to see what Medal's ethos is going to be on this defense. We sort of alluding to a fairly aggressive defense. You kind of have to with the Neon, but when you still have a Brim, you still have a Fade, you still have a Breach. You still have a huge amount of delay utility and info gather, more importantly. I can't help but think that there's a world where in bringing out this Neon, you're potentially baiting franchise players into thinking you're going to go hyper-aggressive. I don't know if, bear in mind this is still qualifiers, I don't know if they're willing to go that far in their strat book. Regardless, though, it's going to be a fairly slow start for franchise players, just getting some dish control and waiting to see if there's going to be a push from Medal. So they seem to be expecting it over on Arcade.
Medal are anticipating that. They've got 2 of their players positioned towards Arcade, and franchise players, indeed, they do be rotating over there. A group of 4 attackers right now. So, again, everything is silent, and then franchise will be looking to use the element of surprise to their aid. Already, bullets will be fired, Prowlers are brought out, and we see the little bit of a utility dump that will be possible in these pistol rounds. from the side of both of the rosters, shall I say, but it's the visual information. Now Tricky has the visual information that multiple attackers are there towards Arcade, that they're looking to push into the B-bomb side. Rotations are brought out. Badman, Tricky, they're looking to hold off these attackers as long as possible. Tricky finds a double, drops the spike in toss, and then rotates in the nick of time. So franchise players, they are now in a very difficult spot in this 2v2.
Rossi's able to level the playing field though, and having revealed the final player, Rossi gives the killing blow. For a moment there, it looked like Medal had been able to find the pistol round, but never underestimate Rossi, I've learned, CCV. This is of course why ranked games, because franchise players, we don't really know who they are.
He seems like a good up-and-coming lad, yeah.
He seems pretty
like
good.
A good one.
He seems pretty good, doesn't he? Yeah, absolutely right. And for the members of... I almost called them Green Energy for a second there. For the members of franchise players, I think that going into this second round, I quite like how they're not over-investing. We've seen that Bulldogs have become quite a popular second round buy. It does mean that you carry the risk of being punished should you lose it. Looks like franchise players aren't going to be taking any risks today, though, as there'll be Spectres around the board and an odd Phantom to have that extra oomph going into your bonus should you win this round.
Absolutely, and Spectres, full armor, it's a proper anti-eco setup, and alongside that, it's a full-on anti-eco round. Medal Esports, they're looking to save their credits for the next round. They know they'll lose this round. We know most likely franchise players will end up taking this one home, and considering the way in which it's going to fall as well, franchise players should be looking to minimize the casualties. But SK Rossi, he still pushes towards defender spawn. He finds one, that's the second, and now goes to the ghost, and Vexy takes him down. Can pick up that Phantom, but God Vexy actually doesn't opt for that. Rather, he's still got the classic in hand. He wants to go for the right click. He finds one more player. Really brave of him. But Medal Esports, yeah, they will be closing out their eco round with 2 kills to their name. Again, a round not gone in their favor. Franchise players are looking to extend this lead further and further, and they currently sit at the 4-round advantage. So this is the cue for Medal to come back into the game.
It's also a sort of highlight. 2 kills on your eco. It's not the end of the world. You can't turn your nose up at that. It's been relatively strong response. I also want to mention, though, is that these final round of the first half, first 2 rounds of the second, Rossi's really woken up. And I think that if Rossi starts finding his groove, Tricky may be in for a world of hurt. As Rossi, I think, when he's feeling it, is not scared to challenge a Neon. By any means.
Considering he's on attack, he can choose his gunfights right now. We're seeing an example of that. Rossi goes for it, but on the other side of the map, towards towers, here goes franchise yet again, looking for that aggressive map control.
As he is able to shut down Kappa as an opening, but center sight, what good can he do? Lightning Fast lurking in a smoke here. This is while skills falls elsewhere. We're starting to see some very strong responses come out from Medal down to the 3 versus 5. Remember, though, no ults available, and with a 2-man disadvantage, we need to see franchise players start taking some fights. They're going to do just that. Rossi able to level the playing field. This allows him to bring out the Sword of Force, and now something things may get a little bit uncomfy for the members of Medal. It's going to be a concuss onto that chamber, so we're not quite going to see the Sword of Force revealed just yet. However, with his position shown, how do Medal react?
I mean, the spike still hasn't gone down. Franchise players, this responsibility is looming over their heads. Hellranger, he needs to go for the spike plant, but it's only going to get ever so more difficult. Considering Rossi goes down, Lightning Fast is picked off, and Tricky towards the very end finds a double. Both headshots with that Vandal. Medal Esports win out their round with still 4 players staying alive. So, really good survival rate on their hand. Yes, it was the bonus round of franchise players. Yes, they weren't completely invested with regards to the weaponry they were bringing out, or the armor that they had. But having 4 players survive that round is really a huge predicament. The side of Medal, they'll be lucky to, have so much utility saved up and have so much credit saved up and not needing to rebuy for this round, so they can afford that. Franchise players, on the other hand, their economy seems to be a bit in tatters. We're talking a lot about the credit economy, but the thing is, Kremer, after this round probably we'll be starting to see some ultimates brought out into the play as well.
We said we wanted to see this compartmentalized aggression from Medal, and that was it there. Breach flashes, Neon swings, instant shutdown. Out goes Rossi, out goes potentially the heavy hitter of franchise players. The response, though, swift. We are seeing a huge commitment over to Arcade, but for Ezzy, he doesn't care where you are. It's all on Kappa, 1 versus... Oh, the knife kill was an option for a moment there. 1 versus X, and with that, Medal make it 7, a 2-round differential. By all means, this game is winnable for Medal. In fact, it's almost weird to say winnable. This is about as average as it gets. Interestingly enough, it puts all the more pressure on this next buy round. You've got the overdrive available for the Neon. I doubt we'll see it used, though. The ult I want to keep an eye on, though, is the Rolling Thunder available 1 away for Hellranger, and we're about to see the Orbital Strike come online for Badman as well.
So, considering that, now we have to consider the factor of ultimate harvesting for these for both of these teams. You mentioning the Orbital Strike, the Rolling Thunder, and all of that. We have towards Arcade, we have towards A main. Those ult orbs can be picked up, and the team that gets it will be looking to use that ultimate, which again goes hand in hand with the topic that we have, seem to talk a lot about. It's that map control for both of these teams. Whichever team gets that early map control, and if their opponents choose not to fight for it, like what has been happening for the past couple of rounds, right? We've seen SK Rossi by himself, the man pushes towards A main, looking to get a couple of kills. Sometimes he's successful. In the previous round, he's shut down. So both of the teams are having a firefight towards A main. If that does seem to happen, which highly it looks like it will, considering all of these franchise players are huddled up right outside of A main, we will see the fight for the ultimate orbs, and we will see a lot of early gunfights taking place as well from either one of these rosters. So I believe it's going to be, it seems to be a tech timeout taken by one of these teams. Hopefully gets resolved as soon as possible, as neither one of these players nor all of us watching would like to stop to this action.
You're absolutely right. Well, we do have a tech timeout. I'm going to correct you on something, CCV.
Yeah.
And this is, unfortunately, this is where I leak something. I'm leaking the fact I'm a nerd, because the Tour de Force is not bolt action.
Is it not? I mean...
No, it's not. It looks like some weird hybrid brake barrel, but it's not bolt action. Let's bolt to it.
Oh,
regardless,
okay.
though,
My apologies.
Lightning Fast will shut down Ezzy. We won't be able to see any Tour de Force, any bolt action. Not an option, though. What we will be seeing, though, is Medal very heavily stacked up in Dish there. That rotation seems to have really stabbed them in the back now. Spike will go down on A, and they've burned 10 seconds having to leave Dish.
They have done just that, and now gaining Dish control back as well is going to be so difficult. Lightning Fast, knife in hand, will be picked off individually. God, Pixie.
Okay.
Unexpected angle. Exploits that situation, capitalizes off of Lightning Fast's mistake, and the man count has now been equalized. But the thing is, for the side of franchise players, they've got two very conditional ultimates, but very powerful in this specific condition as well. And seems like Medal just don't want to, even tackle the situation of looking to defuse the spike or go for the retake. They would much rather save their guns, save their credits, and save their lives. But by doing so, they sacrifice the round to their opposition.
You need to remember that they had a Orbital Strike and a Rolling Thunder available.
Exactly.
There just wasn't enough time to risk going for that retake. I don't like, you see that rotation there? There was 4 players who could have just waterfalled from Dish. They opt against it, rightfully so, but in opting against it, you burn kind of 10, 20 seconds of that retake in trying to get back round to defender spawns, get back round out on A, and then you have to try and find a way to re-clear A main. There just isn't enough time for it. You look over to the investments though, Ezzy brings out the Operator, and this could be where things get spicy for franchise players. That Operator, when you get shot with it, it has a chance to tingle as he gets concussed, but doesn't run just yet. Actually saved the aggression. Oh, it's perfect!
Indeed, is perfect. Orbital Strike brought... Oh, sorry. The Rolling Thunder brought out from the side of franchise players. They're looking to concuss the defenders. Ezzy seems to stay alive, but only temporarily. He's shut down. Medal with their counter bit of retaliation. They're swinging. They're looking for those kills. They wanted a fast retake. They wanted to, counter these players as soon as they were looking for that execution. But unfortunately, it just wasn't possible, and they have to go for the set slow retake yet again. They've got utility. Yet again, same situation. Manpower is present, but Medal are going to be opting for it because this time they've got the time and the positions.
Really strong round thus far, and Tricky though dives into the Orbital Strike. That spike is going to be tapped though. There is still an Orbital Strike available for skills here. Tapped again. Does he bring it out? No, he doesn't need too, because bullets just make his life easier. Batman already low on HP, will be finished off by Kappa, and with that, the franchise players will make it 11. What I really liked there was the call by Hellranger. We saw Lightning Fast go through the smoke off the Rolling Thunder to get the opening. When he's traded, Hellranger continues fighting for defenders spawn to make sure that position is going to be taken, knowing that there'll be a flank, an attempt at a flank, or there'll be players from Dish. If you remove one of those angles of attack, then defending from the remainder becomes that bit easier. We do see the timeout come out from franchise players as well. Of course, a Razor, again, an up-and-coming coach. I've not really heard of him, but I'm sure he's spreading some words of wisdom right now.
Yeah, you know, up-and-coming coaches as well, right? Those with not a lot of experience, especially Ereza. I think he's just like very local, definitely not like international with regards or anything along the lines of that. But whatever knowledge is there, I'm sure he'll be telling it to his teammates, and I'm sure that the players will be listening to it ever so cautiously, because while franchise players once more are at the peak of their advantage with 4 extra rounds being in their favor, they'd still like to know how exactly can they close out this map in the earliest time possible without giving any additional rounds to the side of Medal Esports. So keeping that in mind, once more, we are seeing franchise win their rounds, in this pattern. They win 2 rounds, sure, they may lose as well, but they're winning multiple. And this is the good thing. They've got momentum to favor them. Medal Esports, they're full buy, right? You've got the Tour de Force on Ezzy as well. You've got Vandals, you've got Ultimates brought out. Their defense needs to do something special, and it seems like they'll be bringing the attack on their defense. Tricky pushes from B main alongside Fox, but Rossi still finds the kill and retreats as safely as possible.
I love the aggression that franchise players are showing. It's like they're showing Medal, we're not scared of you. Badman is able to trade, but once again, instant response. Remember, Skill still has this orbital strike, and it's not like he's holding it needlessly. He's been set up in Afterplants, ready with the orbital strike. It's just franchise players have been winning a little bit too quickly. Ezzy now, Sword of Force in hand, here's the Resurrection, misses the initial shot, is able to trade it onto Kappa though. Lightning Fast uses one of those blast packs, gets away. Prowler is going to affirm the positions of franchise players, holding that A main. Ezzy posted up 3 bullets to use, 4 players to find. I'm sorry, lads, that you're going to have to share. And more importantly, they're going to have to share on what's going to be a retake as well, because franchise players, they're listing over to this B site, putting one lone 16-year-old Tricky up against them.
All right. There is going to be the showstopper from Lightning Fast, but again, he's scavenging, he's looking around for defenders. Sees no one. In the vein of it, shoots the showstopper anyways, but still will not find any player. Tricky, however, is near that position very well, and it's going to be a matter of luck or chance for these players. Who peeks towards stars? Does Lightning Fast go for it? Oh, Tricky's going up, and it's going to be the player from franchise players, actually, to find that kill. Ezzy's the only one surviving. Currently, he finds one, and yet again, this aspect of sharing the bullets may not be applicable since all the franchise players were alone individual, and it's not even going to be useful talking about it since Lightning Fast shuts down Ezzy regardless. So, round number 12 up on board. Franchise players, they're waiting for some sort of play from the side of Medal Esports. Medal always are looking for these kills early on, but they seem to get punished time and time again, and this is one of the factors that is causing their undoing right now.
Yeah, absolutely right, and I think for Ezzy now the pressure's really there. He needs to find a way to stop Rossi, and he needs to find a way to stop Rossi quickly, because Rossi has had a really good second half now. If you can just keep the op away from him, he is one away from being able to bring out a Sword of Force. This is alongside a Rolling Thunder available for Medal on the retake, and the Overdrive for the Neon. Over on franchise players, we do have an Orbital Strike still being held for skills here, waiting for a chance to use it in these afterplants. Tricky, on the flip side, is going to back off, being forced away by the blue bot as Rossi takes the duel, and my god, he's quick with that CCV, and Rossi's just going to continue the momentum. Why not? Badman, he's concussed, down the backside, this could be terrible for him. Rossi's going to make sure it is. He's continuing to hammer it home to Medal Esports now, brings out the Tour de Force, and looks to rampage his way into Defender's spawn.
Well, yet again, this is Rossi's way of showing to Ezzy this is now how you use the Tour de Force, and by all means he does. On a triple kill right now, Skills will be the one to finish it off, and franchise players, they'll be able to win out the first map 14-7. absolutely very strong showing towards the second half. Towards the first half, when Medal had the advantage per se based on their strategy, they were playing really aggressive. They were playing towards that attacking sided nature. Yes, things were looking good. Franchise players were still able to convert that half into a 7-5. But after that, things just took a complete 180 turn, and franchise players ran away with it without any
Yeah.
stopping whatsoever.
Yeah, and I think that sort of just show the kind of experience differential there. Franchise players, they were happy to adapt very quickly. They were happy
Right.
to kind of 180 their strategies. And for Medal, it feels like when they were getting stuck in a rut, the call would be change your pace. They would change their pace, they would get a site, they would get a plant, and they'd sort of work with that, and it'd be a bit of a comfort for them. Going into that second half, though, they didn't really have that option. You had to keep going aggressive because you needed to utilize that neon. And once that stopped working, there was no follow-up unless you were using an operator. But at that point, it was, dare I say it, kind of too far gone. Rossi was given the space he needed to come online, and at that point, it was just a kind of rolling snowball for franchise players.
Yeah, franchise players had every single advantage working in their working for their side, right? You mentioned their player positioning, the performances as well. They seem to be a lot more in tune. The coordination was present. I mean, there were instances of really good coordination in the defense of franchise players. A couple of particular rounds, right, where they were holding off the attack or the execute from the side of Medal, like the round in front of our screens, round number 5. A great example of that. How franchise players dealt with this heavy-handed execute of Medal, but when it was shifted to their own attack, that's when franchise players really had complete control over their rotations, over their retreats, and the way in which they were peaking these angles as well. They could drive home the point that we have the control, you have to listen to us, to the members of Medal Esports. Franchise players were now the ones asking those questions. Okay, we are looking to pick on a main. Are you going to contest us? We are looking to send 4 of our attackers on towards arcade. Will you fall back or will you go for the kills? We want to throw a lot of utility towards arcade. Will you send any of your defenders there? They were the ones who were calling the shots, and Medal had to play reactively to that, which is something Medal weren't the best at in this map.
Yeah, something I thought that was quite difficult for franchise players is it did take them a while to kind of warm to their theme.
Yeah.
These kind of first 10 rounds, they looked bloody close. And that wasn't just franchise players playing badly. That was Medal doing very, very well. It's just, it feels like once franchise found that rhythm, Medal just couldn't keep up. But that first 10 rounds, if Medal can keep that momentum, if they can keep it gridlocked with, you see it says global at the top there. If they can keep it gridlocked with franchise players, we could go into Pearl and potentially have a very close map.
Absolutely. I mean, even on Pearl as well, right? Pearl, there are similarities to Fracture, but there are also a lot of major differences when it comes to the way in which teams will be looking to gain map control and they'll be looking to give up map control. Here, Medal Esports on their attack, out of the 7 rounds, the majority of those that they won on their attack, they had a lot of that as we've been talking about, the heavy-handed nature of the execution, just looking to overpower the opposition. You go the neons there as the initial agent into the bomb site, as the pseudo dive agent into the bomb site, shall I say. She's running in, she's got the support of the breach with the fault line, with the flashes, the fade is also present with the prowler. All of that, yes, it can also happen on Pearl, but it's a lot more difficult to execute it just because of how Pearl is. It's a lot more twisty, bendy, and it's going to be, navigating your way through it on attack. You have to be careful. You cannot overpower your opposition. You yourself have to take all the necessary precautions to make sure you are not walking into a death trap. But Bind will also provide us a very good change of pace for that once if we head on over there, shall I say. Because right now, franchise players, okay, yeah, you know what? I am not going to take my words back just yet. Medal Esports definitely a very experienced team, but what we saw from these franchise players as well, they look a little like better than most amateur teams. I think these guys, they have a little bit of experience, just a tad.
You're right. Just it's almost play Valorant a little bit, right? And I let's not throw out terms like Jod just yet, right? Yeah, they still need to prove themselves on Pearl.
Yeah.
I think that's also it for my Hindi vocabulary, but we'll find some more words soon, I promise. But going into Pearl, I think that for franchise players, bearing in mind that it really complements operators. It really Pearl
Yes.
is a map for Chamber, right? And with Rossi
Absolutely.
doing well on Fracture as that Chamber, Ezzy certainly played quite well. Definitely didn't play badly, but Rossi was just outperforming everyone. And I worry that going into Pearl, that may be the same narrative.
And the thing on Pearl as well is that you are bound to take operator gunfights regardless
Yeah,
of where you
exactly.
are to a certain extent. Even it's also irrelevant if you're on attack or on defense. Like right now, we saw SK Rossi doing that, right? As soon as he went on over to attack and he could choose the gunfights he wanted to go for, the operator, the vandal, the headhunter, everything was a lot more livelier. Everything was a lot more constant, more rapid, and more hard hitting. On Pearl, that's going to be the default throughout the entire map. But enough just talking about Pearl as well, right? To all the people watching as well, we'll be taking a short little break. Enjoy word from our sponsors. Definitely go down in the description, pick up some products as well, no matter what your need is in the world when it comes to memory and storage, laptop, graphic cards, or just all the products in general. Thanks to Amazon, everything is there in the description. So make sure you get your needs satisfied. Until then, we'll be back very, very shortly. Stay tuned. Welcome back, everyone. All of you are watching LG Ultragear presents the Esports Club Challenger Series, an official event of the Valorant Champion season. Off season, shall I say. It's powered by Amazon.in alongside our GPU partner Zota, gaming partner Intel, memory and storage partner Crucial, laptop partner Asus, and as always, we've got our broadcast partner Loco as well. I am CCV. I'm joined alongside Kremer. Yes, and today we are bringing to you, the final set of matches we have of the South Asian qualifiers. This is the final best of threes the teams will be playing in order to secure a spot in the main playoffs. And keeping that in mind, stakes are as high as they can be. It's still single elimination. The team that loses the BO3, they'll be out of it. So far, Kremer, franchise players up against medal. We have seen one map. What are your thoughts, and also what are your expectations from the remaining set of games?
I mean, Medal did a really good job in our first half at keeping it level with franchise players. It's just once franchise players started adapting, once they started changing their playbook, Medal had a hard time keeping up going to the second half. I think that going on to Pearl, Rossi was given enough space to start really warming to his theme, at least on the kind of latter stages of Fracture. I think that going into Pearl, I think Rossi's going to be worth keeping an eye on, particularly on his chamber. And it's a map that Anop thrives on, especially Tour de Force as well. Okay, let's take a quick look at our veto as well as the result from our previous matchup. Of course, 13-7. You can see that Medal definitely put up a fight, but franchise players just had that little edge going into that second half. Moving to Pearl, I am expecting franchise players to win this, but I know you're a big Medal fan.
It's not that I'm a big Medal fan, it's just because of the fact that franchise players, again, we don't really know these guys. I mean, I'm sure the audience must have been impressed by seeing, again, these up-and-coming players have such a good performance, and for fair reason as well. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of the members in the audience would be supporting franchise players, but no, man, they're just a very, very new team, and in a best of three, to me, the experienced team may just win it out. Medal, of course, having an organization as well. Franchise players just seems like they're a ragtag bunch of, friends huddled together in a team. I don't know if there's any organization backing them. I haven't heard anything, nor have I read anything. So keeping that in mind, I'm probably laying my bets on the side of Medal Esports. Maybe they'll be able to win Pearl, and then on Bind, honestly, it's going to be a proper 50-50. But then again, setting everything aside, looking at the players specifically, looking at their performances, their performances recently in this best of three is going to be affecting what they'll be thinking of themselves on the map of Pearl as well. So keeping that in mind, we have to be in tune with where the players are individually. Some of the players, they were having terrific days. I mean, you mentioned Rossi as an example.
Absolutely.
Even Kappa, man. Someone who has definitely been under some criticism in social media a couple of times here and there, had an outstanding day as the Sage, I gotta say. The resurrections were on point. He was getting the double headshots with the Vandal. The spray patterns were working. Even in terms of his regular utility usage, he was on point. Amazing stuff. So the players on the side of franchise esports, they're doing really good. Medal esports, yes, they'll be a little bit disheartened by what has just happened, but absolutely they'll be able to pick themselves back up, dust themselves off, and be ready for what Pearl brings to them.
You're absolutely right. And I think the other player worth keeping an eye on here is going to be Lightning Fast on the Raze.
Yeah.
We've seen that Raze on Pearl has been given a bit of time in the limelight. I think Paper X sort of revolutionized that at Champions with some very quirky kind of boosts to go with a showstopper and stuff that can be mimicked, stuff that can be used by franchise players going into this. There's a very good chance they have a strat book of their own. Of course, they wouldn't pick Pearl if they weren't comfortable on it, which for me puts all the more pressure onto Medal because they're now going onto your opponent's home ground, and having lost Fracture is certainly going to weigh in the back of their minds here.
Yeah. It is going to, and of course, on the topic of Pearl as well, the recent patch notes, the changes to the map, I think that also has to be discussed with all the, again, it's very minuscule changes that have happened, but they seem to have a large effect on the gameplay of Pearl, particularly in my ranked matches as well. Of course, I, myself, again, franchise players, they seem like an up-and-coming team. I play at the top of the tables, at Platinum 1 and all. So over there, all mid and all, but yeah, all jokes aside, personally for me, mid has changed a lot. So with that being very, very recent, are there any specific improvised strategies these players will be bringing? I think that's also something we'll have to look forward to. But coming back to it, agent selection is in front of our screens, and so far, all right, the side of franchise players, Astra has been chosen. Really interesting. Kappa going for an initiator this time. Fate has been locked and loaded. Rossi is not going to shy away from the chamber as he does just that. So this rivalry is only going to become more and more intense as we head on forward.
I quite like Tricky kind of umming and ahhing about the Neon. He was pretty damn good on the Neon over on Fracture. That was when assisted by a Breach, though. Yes, KOs can help, but they don't have that concuss potential, which the Breach, for me, was the main tool of setting up the Neon, much rather than the flashpoints. However, with the KO, you do still have the flashes, you do still have that ability to make your opponent's life hell. Interestingly enough, we are seeing Lightning Fast go to the Viper instead of the Raze, which means we're seeing a duelist-less Pearl coming from franchise players.
That's quite interesting. And on Pearl as well, it's not extremely rare that teams will go for double initiator, double controller. That can happen. However, it is still to an extent quite rare. So I mean, looking at its composition, what can we see, right? That the side of franchise players, they want to really play based off of control. By control, what I mean is they've got two major factors to their advantage. Excess amount of utility that can be used to just, disorient your opposition, delay them even further, and potentially, in some extreme cases, destroy them. And of course, you've got a lot of barriers to create with that utility. You don't have to initiate the gunfights head on. I mean, what did we see on Fracture? We saw the side of franchise players go push from B main on their defense, and then they got a couple of angles. Go push in towards B main on their attack. They got a couple of kills. That is not a necessity right now. That's an option. They can much rather have a full set of utility laid between, B long and A long, and just play slightly on the basis of that, slowly keep on rotating and retreating back, and then waste even more time. So this is a very defense-oriented composition that they'll be running. And of course, Medal seems to play a little bit more balanced.
For me, the win conditions for Medal here going into this map categorically are going to be on your defense. Don't let that plant go down. If they can keep that spike off that site, then they're going to have a really, really strong defense. So long as they're forcing duels to be taken with this Neon, they're in a good spot. The second that spike goes down, though, there's a myriad of after-plant utility available now for franchise player, which is just going to make their life hell. So as we get into this game, for me, that's the thing to watch out for. Of course, welcome to map 2. It's do or die for Medal Esports starting on the defense. Over on the attack, it's going to be franchise players having won Medal's map pick 13-7. They now move to their own map pick of Pearl, starting on the attack with a duelist-less comp. We'll see if this could be the winning formula for them, or if we're going to be seeing Bind rear its ugly head as our third map. It's all to play for now as we go into map 2.
Alright, franchise players, yet again, there is no one necessarily who has a full-on role to take the gunfights, so they just have to wait and watch. and Metal Esports as well, you know. They're going to abide by the rules. They already know franchise players have to walk into their crosses. They have to initiate absolutely nothing right now. We see some utility traded off. SK Rossi all alone towards a B long. I mean, he has the support of Hellranger right now, but Ezzy seems to be doing a very good job of isolating these gunfights. Now, however, he's caught completely out in the open, very vulnerable angle. He was splashed, he was dazed, and now he's 6 feet under. So, a couple of bodies have been traded back and forth, but no major progress for franchise players. A minute left on the clock, and they're still only now going to go through the double doors.
We're seeing some really, really nice trades come out from Metal as well. Down to the 3 versus 3. Vexy already in position now to cut off that push through B link. And those frenzies at point blank are terrifying to go up against. Kappa falls, man advantage to Metal now. And that puts all the more pressure onto both this KO and this Astra. Agents you wouldn't necessarily anticipate to be duelists now to worry about even a flank now coming from Vexy. Shuts down skills, and that may be all she wrote in our pistol round as Hellranger lists over to mid to try and fight every single one of these players. Good for the first, however, Vexy now just inviting Hellranger to get closer and closer to the sweet spot of this frenzy. It'll be a 3k for the fade as Metal go 1-0 up. Another strong pistol round for our underdogs going into this David versus Goliath matchup.
Indeed, it's a really good pistol for the side of Metal, and yeah, their streak of winning most of their pistols seems to be working. The only exception to that is going to be the second half pistol round, all the way back in Fracture just now against the side of franchise players. But other than that, really solid round. Once more, we'll be seeing, a proper anti-eco from their side. Yeah, they're still focusing on saving a little bit of their credits for round number 3. Marshals have brought out a couple of their players, still, running strong with the Ghosts as well. But then again, you have the Vandals. So there's a lot that's happening. It's a very varied kind of armory that they're bringing forward. However, still, if you talk about the guns that franchise players have, it's all going to be just the classics. It's your proper eco. They want to save their credits at all costs. They want to save money for round number 3. They don't mind sacrificing round number 2. But still, looking to go for these gunfights, they're not really going their way. We know how round 2 comes to an end. Franchise players know this. Metal Esports also are well aware.
It also sort of shows the effectiveness of these chambers on these long angles, as he's demonstrating it beautifully. Almost for 3 there. Does get tagged down a little bit, and I think he'll be backing off, allowing Fox to be the one to clean up the remaining members on long here. Fade in mid has Tricky to worry about, and as we said earlier, prodigal 16-year-old showing his skill. However, his skill now will be in aiding Ezzy for his 3k. On for the aces this chamber. On for the aces this chamber. Can't quite convert it. It's Fox to deliver the killing blow and put the final nail in the coffin for our second round as Metal come off to a great start.
Yeah. Sure, Ezzy may not have gotten the ace, but another thing he got was just the harvesting of that ultimate right now. I mean, he just farmed his ultimate far better than any South Asian organization was able to farm retweets and likes during this off-season. But
no, they're pretty good at it.
Oh, trust me, I've definitely taken my pointers. But again, all jokes aside, yeah, Ezzy just 2 ultimate pips away from unlocking the Tour de Force on a map that is already so powerful for Chambers is going to pose a brilliant advantage for the side of Metal Esports, and it's also going to pose multiple questions for franchise players, because now that they're finally able to afford these rifles and go to proper executes, how do they deal with so much defender utility towards them? Ooh.
Lightning fast, 2 beautiful kills there. Is going to be caught by the Seas, however, there's no one left to capitalize on it. For the rest of the franchise players, I think they're anticipating a bit more of a fight in mid, and they're going to have to now pick a site to push to. They've chosen A, but this is where Badman and Tricky have this lethal setup. Yes, it's only a stinger for Badman, but at point blank, this can be one of the strongest guns in the game. In fact, it may be the strongest gun in the game at point blank, that is. Unfortunately, the Bulldog will be able to shut him down. Tricky alone now, only good for 1 before being traded out by Skills, leaving our hero of round 2 in a 1 versus 4 in round 3. And with only a Marshal to wield, best case scenario now would be trying to get a kill, then die, so you can bring out that tour de force going into round 4.
This is really good from the side of franchise players, right? They know they cannot initiate a proper heavy execute with, with a dive agent, with supportive utility. I mean, of course, they've got tons and tons of supportive utility and abundance of it to a certain extent, but still executing the act of execution is difficult. So, what is their plan against it? Well, they're slow and steady. They pick apart this defense of Medal Esports. They slowly tackle them one by one player as one problem at a time. They kill them, and only then, when they think they have enough of an advantage, they move forward. We saw Lightning Fast do just that. He pushed from double doors, he pushed towards Link, he got the double kill, and at that point, franchise players realized that, okay, we've got a solid advantage. Now, I think if we go for an execute, it's not going to be so in the advantage side of Medal Esports, right? We can still convert it into a round win, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. So that's all they're looking for. They want that initial kill. They want to stabilize the round in a certain manner that they know they're not under any immediate threats, and they can look for a round conversion.
To highlight here is going to be Ezzy 1 away from his Tour de Force, as well as Skills being 1 away from his Cosmic Divide. This is in unison with Ezzy bringing out the first operator of the game, poised on B long, which has allowed the rest of Medal to go for this very heavy bid for control outside of doors and towards Arts. Rossi gets the early damage in on the Astra, swings out, capitalizes on that. Entering as a chamber can be bloody difficult, but when you aim like Rossi, suddenly everything becomes much easier, and that is until you have to move up against Xerxia, who's able to trade down to the 4v4. But this is the point we were saying needs to be worried. It's the afterplan for Global, where they're going to thrive. Kappa shuts down Ezzy, out goes the operator. And now Vexy, he was good for the first. Can he be good for more, though, on this retake?
Right? He's just waiting it out. There goes the swarm grenade from the... I mean, again, it's going to be the different swarm grenade of Killjoy 1. But still, regardless of which agent threw it, it did its job temporarily. Slowed down the defenders, and the defenders, once more, they're backed off. And again, this is that extra bit of utility that franchise players have. They're going to use it to the advantage. The reach that is present for their side, that allows them to, you know, just go for all of these kind of plays, is really, really good. In the post-con, they can limit the angles that Medal Esports can peak. They can limit the way in which they can opt for a retake. And yeah, all of these agents can work in tandem for that. Be it the Viper, be it the KO, the Astra as well with the Gravity Wells and the Novas. Everything can work in unison.
You're right, we are going to see a big power spike now as well. With that Cosmic Divide about to come online, as is the Nightfall, as is the Overdrive for Tricky. And as he's going to bring out the Sword of Force. I quite like how franchise players didn't save the operator from Ezzy that round. They're allowing Rossi to wield the rifle because he's the one who has to get the entries here on this attack. They don't want to inhibit his movement by giving him that big scary 50 cal. Sword of Force in hand though. Up close and personal on Long for the time being. Instead, we'll back off away from screens, take a more reserved angle. As Tricky, Nova equipped in mid, may have 3 potential targets to swing into him through the wall. No damage done to him yet. No armor either means that wallbangs will do some serious damage to him. As he's spotted out with that Tour de Force, Vital Wall goes up, but it's tricky to draw first blood. Rossi falls, and there goes the entry potential for franchise players.
Yep. Entry potential gone. Medal Esports, again, more specifically Tricky, can just fall back just slightly. Not hold the same angle. He's playing hit and run. That's exactly what happened. He gets 1 kill, falls back just a little bit. He may get another. Now that he's got the Phantom, he can fall back even further, eventually going to the bomb site. But by the time that happens, franchise players, either they'll be out of manpower or they will be out of time. Right here, time seems to be of the essence. 40 seconds on the clock. 4 attackers are right here. They want to execute, but Medal Esports are all flooding the bomb site as well as defenders. The execute is going to happen. Vexy, next to where the spike is going to go down eventually. He's ready. There's that shot in close for combat, but as he gets his head taken off, the spike drops alongside the body of Skills, and franchise players, unfortunately, are going to crumble in this round.
Absolutely perfect from both teams there. However, there are a few flaws, that being Skills swinging with the spike there towards the end. I love the pop of the null command as well, realizing that you can rush down this operator, or this Tour de Force even, on the chamber once you've popped that null command, and for Hellranger has some solid entries. The only issue, though, is once Skills swung with that spike, without that spike going down, franchise players sort of lose their win condition. They don't have an agent comp to continuously fight, regardless of if there's an null command or not. For the members of Medal, it's going to be the Overdrive to try and combat the available ults for franchise players. But for Medal, the safety net is they still are a round up.
Yeah, they are. And speaking of rounds as well, definitely a question that's going to be poised towards franchise players is that, yeah, this is going to be a composition that will work greatly on their defense, but on their attack, how many rounds do they need at the very least to ensure a sort of a safe map for them that they know they'll be able to convert it into a win once they head on forward into their defense? Regardless, we'll talk about that question later. This time, franchise esports, they're going for a full-on execute once more. Cosmic Divide goes through. There's the toxic swing from Viper as well. Ezzy, no! He was the first respondent into the bomb site. He was the only anchor into the bomb site. Now that he has fallen, major troubles for Medal Esports. Franchise now have complete control and all 5 players are alive.
Absolutely right, and with the presence detected, Xerxia's kind of lurk from heaven here, maybe anticipated. Just a few shots, potentially warning shots for the time being. Fully flashed, but a 4-man suppression from Fox now. They know that franchise players haven't left to this site. Swing from Xerxia, there's the opening. Rossi falls, out comes the overdrive, out comes the swing from Tricky. The shock is perfect, good for 1, sees the second. It's laboured, sure, but he's actually having to switch to the Vandal. Phantom doesn't do the job. Skills trades, potentially a chance of redemption for him now. Still backside, continuing to be a nuisance to the members of Medal. Remember, time is a cruel mistress. She kills all our students. This Kappa, the lurker in the back line, delivers 2 swift headshots as our crescendo to our 6th round. Franchise players, they equalize, and more importantly, they show Medal, ult or not, they have a plan, they have the contingencies for these heavy swings.
Yeah, franchise players, just give them the bomb site, just allow them to plant the spike and they'll do the rest, Even if because of the agents, franchise players do not have, the better chances for just pure gunfights on utility, the experience outweighs that to a certain extent as well, right? But overall, 6 rounds are done. A couple of players not having the best days. I mean, we just briefly saw the scoreboard. Badman, 0 kills for him. Rossi as well with just 1. That's on the contrary, like the complete opposite of what we assumed would have been happening. But then again, alright, it's the chamber on attack. Who knows, maybe this time on defense, Rossi will shine. Well, still, we have to hold and watch and we have to focus on all 10 of the players. And well, Speaker the Devil is right here. SK Rossi takes down 1 and it's no one other than Badman who will still be on 0 kills as he is the first casualty. But multiple other bodies fall. Franchise players are still in the man advantage. And in terms of positioning as well, look at where Rossi has just lurked up to. This is prime positioning. The information he can provide and just the nature in which he can pick off a couple of these defenders as well is going to be a major surprise for Medal.
Yeah, absolutely right. I think the plan now is to try and catch out Kappa on his rotation, and Ezzy will do just that. However, that will all but affirm to Medal that franchise players are going to be hitting this ace site. In fact, they may have maybe a false positive here. That spike's going to go down, and it's going to be a good couple of seconds before Medal are going to be in a position to retake here. I don't know if they risk committing the null commands this round. Bear in mind, there's not much to suppress with only a KO being able to use that damaging afterplant utility. And with Rossi still unknown in the backline, the KO's going to join him. Things are about to get really, really dire for Medal here. On the flank skills, good for 2. The spray transfer is just perfect. It's not even a transfer, really. Just spray down works for him. Hellranger finishes the job. And on the topic of kills, I want to highlight that Rossi doesn't have many kills because he's an entry as a chamber. Rossi's going to come alive on the second half. That's where you want to see Rossi. And the same for Ezzy. He's having a really, really strong half so far. He's really going to fall off on that second half when he's going to have to accompany the Neon for these kind of fast site takes.
Absolutely. So yeah, we'll be seeing a lot more of that as soon as the side swap happens. So keeping that in mind right now, still for the last couple of rounds remaining on the side of Medal Esports, alright, they've lost 2 rounds. Their economy isn't going to be in the strongest state after this. If this is going to be a 3rd loss, they can afford rifles full armor once more. But it's going to be, again, they'll be skimping on a couple of their things, be it utility, be it armor, a couple of guns as well. They are not at their best when it comes to the armory that they'll be bringing out, which makes it ever so important they win this round. Not just their credit economy in terms of, the round count as well. Franchise players may be looking to run away with this. And then they'll go on over to their stronger half. Then they'll be going over when they can play very control heavy and, use the utility to the best of its capabilities. It's going to be difficult. So, Ezzy, operator in hand. already teleports back, makes the smart choice. Rossi once more finds the entry, just like the previous round. Ezzy this time, he's the other chamber who's got to shine. It's a full-on execute. Viper Spit is going to be initiated. There are a couple of defenders in the bomb site, but the defenders are being choked out of their holds. There's nothing they can do against it.
Ezzy with an operator. It's the last weapon you want when trying to go through a Viper Sphere. Skills won't even give Ezzy the chance. Any thoughts will lie fractured at on the floor now after that headshot. As Xerxia is going to back off, save that operator, as Tricky will do the same. Franchise players, this will be a 5-3 lead. And I'm actually quite surprised that franchise players were brave enough to push that site without your chamber. So there's no even kind of dull remnants of an entry there. That is just pure willpower and firepower to get them onto that A site with. And that frees up Rossi to go lurk. It's beautiful. He catches out Badman again.
Yeah.
Badman is being bullied by Rossi right now.
That is true. And also to a certain extent, franchise players are banking on the fact that, okay, maybe just the extra amount of utility that we will be using to initiate our executes can perhaps, you know, scare off the defenders into backing off. So, right now, first round is done. Tricky will find 1 kill, but even he goes down. No gun saved for the side of Medal Esports. Really, really unfortunate. Their economy seems to be struggling. But yeah, the point I was saying was, with all of the Astral Stars, with the Novas, the Nebulas, the Gravity Wells, with the Viper toxic screen that's brought out in this round as well, Lightning Fast even went for the Viper Spit as soon as he got next to the bomb site. So with so much utility being thrown from franchise players, maybe they are hoping Medal Esports fall under the guise of, oh god, the amount of utility these guys are throwing, I will never be able to survive this. Might as well fall back, weather the storm, call my teammates, and then we go for a retake. But as we all know, in a retake, franchise players will still have the advantage. So Medal Esports right now, they really have to pick and choose their gunfights. Once more, now it's going to be the Cosmic Divide, Toxic Screen, and yet again it's the same execute. This time Hell Ranger will be picked up, but the attackers are already back in for the kills.
Once again, they're allowing Rossi to lurk. Tricky this time is able to get even more done with that Bucky. Eventually, Kappa will end that reign of terror, but it's going to leave Xerxia accompanied by a flanking Astra in this 2 versus 3. But for the Astra, flanking with a Sheriff certainly isn't the weapon you want, as Xerxia reveals his position in heaven. Isn't quite going to be challenged just yet. Skills just buying a bit of time, buying a bit of space. It's a hailfire of bullets towards Xerxia's position, but only one to silence Skills as it meets his dome. Xerxia, in the attempt to run away now, is going to be walking into Kappa, and by process of elimination, they know Badman swinging from long. He spots out the first player. He has an assumption as to where the second is, but will he be able to stop Kappa from killing him? No, he won't. Franchise players, they go 6-3 into the lead as they start putting some significant space between themselves and Medal Esports.
Yet again, not only are they extending the lead right here, they are also ensuring a safer and safer second half. I mentioned this talking point once before, I'll say it again. Franchise players, this is not an attacking oriented composition of theirs, yet they're making it work on their attack. Medal Esports are having a far tougher time, you know, on this map of Pearl than it was on Fracture. Now they're looking for a little bit of counter aggression of sorts, you know. They want to bring the gunfight. These franchise players, Ezzy, he is just speaking towards B long. And the remaining members of Medal, they want to hold these angles, but once more the extra utility, the null command brought out, forces the defenders to fall back. The smokes prevent any lines of sight from being established, and Medal have no choice but to retreat and hold their ground as franchise players gain more map control, now looking for yet another B take.
Tricky's revealed himself. Ezzy's in a difficult position right now. In fact, it may not be that difficult at all. Tricky's wiped out the entire flank through Link. Badman, he puts himself on the scoreboard, executing Kappa as Medal find themselves a much needed flawless there. 4 rounds on the board for them, and they're sort of at a stage now, 4 or 5 rounds you can get away with on your defensive Pearl. You can make it work. We're going to see the timeout called by a Razor now from franchise players, and you got to keep an eye on the ult. Nightfall's available for both teams. A tour de force for franchise players as well, but it's Medal's myriad of abilities you've got to really be careful of. They've got the null command, the overdrive, that cosmic divide, and the aforementioned Nightfall means that their retakes are going to be just ruthless.
They are going to be. So many of these ultimates, especially on defense, are conditional to that very fact that as soon as you head on forward into that retake, you can take your time. You do not have to flood the bomb site as defenders. This is what happens a couple of the times with Medal Esports as well, right? They see franchise players going for an execute and they try to just instigate a counter attack as soon as possible. They see or they hear spikes going down. They're like, all right, anyone who's near the bomb site, let's push in, let's try to kill the person planting the spike. That doesn't have to be a mandatory task anymore. They can pick and choose when they want to go for the retake and how they want to go for the retake, considering the excess amount of ultimates present. They can just have everyone set up right there, right outside the bomb site, and then they move forward slowly but surely. They inch out every bit of attackers that's there in the bomb site and they kill them. That is now something that Medal can opt for. In these final 2 rounds of the first half, they need to make sure at the very least it's a 6-6 half. Both teams are on level standings, but franchise players, they are looking to do just the opposite of that, as 2 different players find 2 different kills.
Lexi hit by the close angle, and well, for the franchise players, they're just going to fall their way. They're just going to collapse onto every member of Medal now. They're looking for these duels. They're seeking out these engagements, and Medal just caught off guard by the huge change of pace now that's come out off the back of the timeout from franchise players. Badman alone, Vandal in hand. There's just about enough money to buy for the last round for Medal. But here's the thing. They had that huge bank of ults, but they had no time to go to the bank and get them because franchise players were on top of them before they even realized it.
Already franchise players, yeah. Not only are they going to be making sure that by the time, like you mentioned, Medal Esports realize what has happened, the round is completely out of their hands. Franchise Esports are just launching the sheer domination in the previous round. I mean, excellent example of that. So everyone is definitely feeling the heat when it comes to the side of franchise players. Everyone's in their element.
Yep.
They know what has been happening, and they know just how easily they can convert this into a win. On defense as well, there is a little bit hope for the side of Medal Esports. Maybe they'll able to, on the defense of franchise players, maybe there's some chances Medal can, have successful attacks. But this round, double operator on the side of franchise players, I don't know what they're planning, but I'm scared for it, and I'm not even in the server.
Right there.
Skills, almost standoff now with Ezzy. Who shifts first? Who breaks first? Assisted by the Haunt, though. It looks like it may be Ezzy. Just about avoid it, but Khan gets pinged by the Haunt. Is going to get the hell out of there, with Rossi once again making his lurk through Art, and once again getting a kill through Art. That may be the 4th round in a row he's been able to push Art, get a kill, and get out of there uncontested. He's not even going to swing through the smoke. He knows generally where Vexi is, and he's able to punish it now. This is where franchise players find their confidence, and this is where they could very well start running away with this map if Medal can't put the brakes on quick.
The 3 Medal players as well, all individualized, not together yet. Badman seems to be doing a whole lot more. Ezzy's there for support. He's got a Guardian, he's got the Headhunter, but he's so far off from where his teammate is that it's going to be quite difficult. And that's Rossi in Defender spawn. So there is still a chance franchise players don't expect this chamber to be hitting them, and he can still do something. Meanwhile, Badman through this Cosmic Divide, behind this Cosmic Divide, on something to happen. 15 seconds on the clock. Spike's gonna go down. Badman is spotted. Ezzy's in the corner, and he'll be picked off. An 8-4 half favoring the side of franchise players means that now not only do they have a 4-round advantage, which was really strong on Fracture, we already noticed that, but this is where franchise players will be very strong. I know there will be some people in the audience who will be a bit bored of both of us talking about why this is going to be so strong for franchise players, why their defense is their strong suit, but I think now we will be seeing it in action, just how capable these players will be with their utility usage and with their positioning.
Yeah, I think the alarm bells are certainly going to be going off for Medal right now. Luckily, they can take some solace here, and that is their pistol rounds have been bloody good this series. I think they're, is it 3 for, I think it's 2 for 3 thus far in this series. on the road to potentially go 3 for 4. And for franchise players, the pistol rounds they've won, pistol round they've won was pretty damn scrappy. So if Metal can win the pistol round, they set themselves up for the comeback. Sure, it's going to be difficult, but there's light at the end of the tunnel for the time being. With ghosts on every single player over on Medal, it looks like they're setting themselves up for a potentially marksman-esque hit to this A site.
Or maybe they're cosplaying John Wick, you never really know. They can be going for anything they want, but yeah, no armor. They'll be able to afford a little bit of utility, but they're definitely looking to bank on the fact that their weaponry may outclass what franchise players are bringing. You know, they take some long-range gunfights. The ghosts are better than the classics. They land some headshots. It's risky, but at the same time, the situation the members of Medal Esports find themselves in, you know, already being a map down in this single elimination best of 3, in the next map, in the opponent's map choice, they are 4 rounds down. It's a pistol round. You got to throw everything at the wall and see what sticks. Their hand is forced. They cannot completely claw their way out of it unless they try something out of the ordinary, unless they try unconventional tactics, which may or may not work. There is still that risk. This will flop, and franchise players are only going to extend their lead. But then again, if franchise players are just going to play normally, that's going to happen regardless. The bulk or the pressure now relies solely on the heads of Medal Esports with how they want to continue through this actual map and with how they want to mold these final couple of rounds, and if they can try and etch a win or not.
You're absolutely right now, and we finally have an end to that tech pause as we go into this second half. Tell me, do you believe? Do you see Medal coming back and forcing us to bind here, CCV?
Rationality would tell me no, so I'm going to go with no, because again, the composition, man. This is on defense. Oof,
Yeah.
It's going to be killer.
Yeah, it is going to be really hard to go up against, and for the time being, it looks like franchise players have started their defense with this heavy take of mid, and for Medal, they're in a position to retake it. Smoked. Prowler's revealed, full blinding lightning fast in some serious trouble. There's the opening, and actually they're able to double down, triple down at that. Kappa's only able to trade for 1. Kappa now is going to have to try and get away as quick as humanly possible. Rossi spots out a player towards B long, but it's Kappa who's going to be forced into the maelstrom of bullets. Good for the first, Badman will fall, but he needs to continue this effectiveness. Vexi will end it there, and then Rossi, can he nip the bud and try and find a way to at least make it a little bit more damaging for Medal? We'll have to see.
Well, his best shot is going to be isolating the gunfights. No armor on him. He's spent all his credits going for the headhunter bullets. He better put them to good use. 1 is gone, and we count them like any critic watching action movies. We count the bullets that will be shot from this, you know, from the gun right here. So he closed down the angle. He takes down Tricky, but again, the crossfire being maintained means that it's going to be a trade nonetheless. And Medal Esports, yes, they will be boasting for the time being a 75% pistol win rate, which is again really good statistics for their side. Fair play to them. You know, whatever the outcome may be of this best of 3, I'm sure both of the teams, they will be ward reviewing this entire BO3. They'll be going over their maps, their playstyles. Medal can breathe a sigh of relief knowing that their pistol rounds are really solid, and they don't have to change a lot there. Their mechanics with the pistols are really good. They land their headshots, and the way in which they maneuver around the map is also very nice.
Remember, this is in unison with the thrifty rounds they're able to win on Fracture.
Also,
so,
yes.
I think, moral of the story, Medal are bloody good with their pistols. As for now, LZ is going to lead the charge through long. It's going to be Rossi to fall early on. Do they expect Hellranger on this close angle? Flash goes out. It's just about avoided by Tricky. Ezzy blinded, not blinded, doesn't care. The only thing hitting will be Hellranger hitting the floor. Skills over on screens. The flash is good, but it's not perfect. Lightning fast, good for 1, but it's a consolation prize, leaving Kappa alone in a 1 versus 4. Sheriff in hand. Damage is the game. But do Medal want to play?
Kappa definitely is going to be going for that. He's going to gamble with his life because unlike most gamblers, he doesn't have much to lose. He dies, that's perfectly fine. Medal Esports already, they knew the anti-eco was going to work really well. They moved on forward, executed onto the bomb site. It was really good. They were able to find the defenders, kill them before any sort of counter aggression, and deal with the whole round. So now that we have got the pistol and the anti-eco over, this is where franchise esports, they can afford utility, most importantly, and the guns to subside it as well. So Medal Esports, what is their plan right now? Let's have a look at the attackers. All of them huddled up right outside of B main. I guess they're waiting early on to see if the defenders are going to go for any kills, any peaks, anything aggressive like what franchise were doing on Fracture. They go for that, the Prowlers go through, they don't see anyone. So slowly, Medal Esports make their way, and there are actually no defenders on the B bomb side, so this is quite interesting. Only now are we seeing the Astra rotate back. So our franchise esports looking for a full-on retake of sorts?
It looks like it will have to be, with Tricky diving into holes. Yes, there's the odds fragment from the KO. Yes, it buys a bit of space, but the reality is a 5v5 retake is really difficult, regardless of what team you are, regardless of what team you're against.
Yeah.
Especially when you don't have control of your own spawn. With the KO and the chamber pushing around the heaven, this is going to prove to be a nightmare for for franchise. Oh, you almost got it wrong there. As they go for a big flank through, long 3 players to worry about. There's the opening. Rossi taken down as he reveals his position and his presence in heaven, meaning Skills is in serious danger of being isolated now. He's able to get the odd star out. Hellranger reveals himself on the flank. That's just going to force them into Skills. There's the trade. 3v4 now. Xerxia, it's good for one. Trade there. Time is of the essence. And while Kappa may be getting kills, unfortunately, there just is not enough time. Vexy with the killing blow. A 7th round for Medal. And hey, dare I say it, a comeback on our hands.
Absolutely, okay. Franchise players, what they were looking to achieve with their control, right? Essentially, just have their utility do their job for them and delay the likes of Medal Esports doesn't seem to be working as right now. Medal Esports are just able to move forward into a bomb site at such breakneck pace. They don't allow franchise players to think about, oh, what just happened? Can we place any counter utility to deny this? We saw an example of that, you know. We saw when Medal Esports, 4 of their members going towards B long, you had franchise players, you had the Astra place a gravity well right there where the spike is usually planted. Sadly, the thing was, it was just a little too late for that. And you highlighted, Kremer, how Tricky had already moved on forward towards that back bomb side. And they were able to cover the entirety of B. So the speed at which Medal are going for their executes completely outshines whatever kind of counter tactic franchise are looking to employ right here, with them setting up the utility prior to anticipation of that execute. Franchise need to do something about this, and I believe that's exactly why Eraser, their coach, took this time out.
You're absolutely right. And now with only the odd Marshal, the odd Sheriff, I was really expecting Rossi to have a lot more effectiveness, a lot quicker on our second half. But remember, the night is still very young, CCD. There is still plenty of time for both Tricky and Rossi to pop the hell off. Tricky already having a really strong performance now. He's going to look to be on the entry once again now, with what is a very fast presence shown over in a main, with control of the old Sorb. We've seen the KO get that step closer to bringing up that null command in unison with the Nightfall available for both teams. This null command is going to be instrumental as to getting to these sites. Flash from the KO is going to allow the odd shoulder peek here from franchise players, but it's a false negative. Ranger, Marshal in hand, sets his gaze back to Link now, not realizing the encroaching danger from Long.
Yet again, side of Medal Esports, same exit from their side, but Hellranger, beautiful shot. Fragment looking to be thrown from the KO. He's waiting for that, and again, in anticipation that some utility thrown. Tricky wants to push that nonetheless. He does, and he finds Hellranger back down against the wall, and a headshot, or shall I say headshot from back, means that Medal Esports once more, they find themselves in a really good post-run scenario where franchise players don't have the best of guns. Now the null command makes their life even more difficult, and the person using the null command is also using his gun to the best of its abilities as he picks up a double, looking for more.
Fox now really looking to be the one to lead this charge, and he does just that. A 3k for him, and a beautiful pop of the null command there. I absolutely love that. The second they realize that the headhunter is going to be the biggest threat to them, pops the null command, makes sure that yes, it's against an eco, but you guarantee the round. And more importantly, you guarantee your equalizer. At 8-8, I feel like I should quote someone I saw in the chat at the corner of my eye. Thora said, "I'm sorry I doubted you, Medal. You know what? I'm of the same mind. Tricky is playing out of his mind right now. And now with an overdrive available as well, he may be young, sure, but my god, is he packing a puncher? And my god, is he showing up to Pearl?"
100%, man. I gotta say, Tricky definitely doing an excellent job keeping the name high of all of us teenagers, being in esports as well. So, keeping that in mind, gotta say, to the side of Medal right now, yet again, the B executes have been working, but they know this very well, and franchise players know this very well as well. It's gotta change, because Medal can't keep on repeating their execute and expect it to work. We haven't seen an A hit, a proper A hit just yet. This time, the attackers look to gain control of Art Studio. The Nightfall goes through, Tricky plays off of it, doesn't see anyone. There's that counter Nightfall brought out from franchise players as well. Means that the attack is being forced off. Kappa utility in hand means that SE takes him down, and yet again it's towards this B link where the first kill goes off. Franchise players want to change that, but there are going to be no trades whatsoever. Medal have a full one-man advantage for the time being.
I love how they're able to abuse the fact that they saw lightning fast center mid. It means that they know Art's clear, they speed up, they hit the safe side, swinging across. It's going to be Batman to get the opening. Batman doubling down, leaves a 2 versus 4 circumstance for the franchise players here. And for the operator on SK Rossi, if he doesn't get a kill within the next 3 seconds or so, I'm fully expecting a save here from the franchise players. Overdrive still available for Medal. This isn't going to be the round we see it popped, but it should show you the arsenal they still have to fall back on where the guns fail. And as we do see franchise just back off, warning bells may start to sing. I know Rushi's probably really in panic mode right now because Medal, they've just taken the lead at 9-8.
I think he's more in panic about the tattoo he'll have to get of green energy. But other than
that's true.
Yeah, other than that, for the side of Medal Esports, yeah, advantage taken and in good form as well. If we choose to overlook what just happened, still they've got plenty of members, and there's no point, talking too much about the economy of Medal Esports per se. Is because round after round they have plenty of credits. I mean, look at Badman. He is about to max out. He can buy all of his teammates, decent weaponry, and he's going to do just that. Drop Godbexy, that Phantom. So money problems are not really eminent for the side of Medal Esports by any stretch of the imagination. Ultimates as well, we have seen a couple of them be utilized. We are seeing some players be very close to unlocking their ults, so keeping that in mind, we may see some unfinished ults be unlocked in this round and be executed. Tricky, he's got the overdrive, but all he needs is the Vandal, lands the first headshot. Franchise players are logged out of the bomb site. They cannot push the fragments, they cannot push the smokes. They will have to wait until the retake will go through.
We'll see counter flashes from both KOs there. Tricky, no flash, he doesn't care. Good for the first Rossi trades. Can Rossi double down? No, he can't. Fox says they will join the party. Over in Arts, Kappa, once again, good for one, instantly traded. Medal are doing such a good job at setting themselves up in a buddy system where when one player falls, they instantly have someone else there to trade. This is a beautiful attack half from them thus far, and franchise players seem fairly lost. Remember, they've already used their second timeout, so they need to just roll with this momentum and find a way to reset the tempo outside of the help from the coach.
I mean, a lot of responsibility then now lies on Hell Ranger again. He is a mastermind when it comes to IGLing, one of the most experienced people we have in South Asian esports across multiple esports titles. So definitely, it's not to say that franchise players are without any sense of direction. All the players are experienced within themselves, and together, these guys they've stuck together for ages and ages. As for the future of this roster, well, actually, counter argument, the future of franchise players will be sticking to just the Challenger Series. After that, whatever happens to Green Energy, you never know. So franchise players, their future is only for TEC Challenger Series. So keeping that in mind, okay, you never know what their future is. But alright, all of that aside, these players are very experienced. Hellranger, again, very good at IGLing, so they know what to do. I think it's the practicality where they're just faltering to a certain extent, and Medal more so
Yeah.
are exploiting every single problem there is of this defense, capitalizing off of it, and then winning the rounds. I mean, look at the round winning streak. We have 6 rounds. I think this is the most extreme either one of these teams has reached in the entire best of 3. We haven't seen anything
Yeah.
before that. So while we wait for the reconnections from the side of franchise players, we'll just sit and watch and talk about what Medal Esports will be looking to do forward in their eyes the last 3 rounds.
So the other thing that's quite interesting is that the kill disparity on the franchise players is only 4 rounds. Yeah, they're top fragger and bottom fragger, not much separating them at all. It feels like there's very little. If one player falls, there's always more to follow. Whereas on Medal, you lose Tricky and you do lose a huge amount of firepower. That's slowly being mitigated as the second half goes on, but I think the premise is still there. You still have a bit of a dependency on Tricky, in the same way that we thought that Global would be depending on Rossi in that first half.
That is true to a certain extent, right? When you have such a tempo-based aggression for your side, even on Fracture, we saw the same thing, right? From the side of Medal Esports, is that they were really focused on the spearhead of their attack, as is the case for so many of these compositions which encounter a single dive agent. I mean, again, Neon isn't technically a dive agent. She's, again, a hybrid of what a Jet and a Phoenix or Arena can be. You have some of the dive capabilities with the breakneck speed at which she can travel, but at the same time, it's not the fastest. You of course have the satchels, you have got the dash, and also she's got the concussions. The flashes that Phoenix has are now the lightning quakes that Neon brings. So again, she's a really nice hybrid, but she is nonetheless the spearhead of the attack. This is very simple Valorant theory. Everyone understands that. Even people I encounter in my Spike Rush matches, when we have 5 duelists, even we know, even amongst 5 duelists, Neon may just be the one making that entry. But in this certain situation, the responsibility on Tricky is a lot more. He knows well within his rights that as long as he finds the entry kill, he can trust his teammates to get the job done, right? He knows that, okay, boys, if we plant the spike, I can put my complete faith in all of you to win this round because of player positioning, because of utility to a certain extent, the reach that your utility has, all the gravity wells, the mollies and whatnot, all of that can work really nicely. So he knows that. But still, the act of executing is also very dangerous, which is why at times we see entry fraggers not having the highest KD ratios. They have high kills, but they also boast high deaths. It's an equal margin, kind of like the scales of justice. So keeping that in mind, Tricky so far has been finding a lot of success thanks to these openings. But if franchise players can deny that, I have to agree with you, Kremer, problems may start to arise for the side of Medal Esports.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And we are seeing in the chat, people are confused what we mean by green energy. That'll be because the team franchise players, all of them have GE in their name. We don't know what it means. So we're trying to extrapolate.
It's a
green
social
energy does make sense.
social cause. Yeah, exactly right.
Yeah.
They are activists, like they're advising like a social cause, the green energy. We really gotta think about the environmental changes that have been happening as well, global warming. So I think the global aspect of it, alongside energy. Okay, we're really stretching this joke.
Either that or great enchiladas. You never know. You never know. In fact, the only way we would know is if we ask them. Unfortunately, they're too busy playing against Medal right now, so it's up in the air. It's up in the air. That being said, though, of course, we should be able to get this tech timeout sorted fairly quickly.
Right.
We did have a quick disconnect. This is followed by one of the players having some fairly high ping as well. It should only be a couple of minutes or so. Thank you all very much for your patience. As you know, when running an online tournament, some things like this are just out of our control, and unfortunately, the gods of the internet have been pretty good so far. Fortunately, it's today they choose to strike.
It's only
maybe something to
temporarily,
displease them.
I'm not really sure. I mean, more so it's going to be the players as well, right? The way in which they've been playing. Maybe they've been taking attention away. Now that everyone is watching this matchup, now that everyone wants to see what franchise players are looking to do, the gods got a little desperate for attention. They were like, okay, let's snatch it back. But regardless of that, only temporarily, I believe Skills was disconnected. He should be rejoining as soon as possible. As soon as that happens, we'll be jumping into the map of Pearl. But I think, Kremer, this is where after the map ends, like a little bit before that, I think this would be a perfect time to discuss about the map of Bind, because it seems like a rational probability it will happen, and it seems like a rational possibility it is going to happen, just based on how Medal are playing. They don't want to give this up. They don't want to give up the map. They have a 6-round winning streak to their name. So if this goes on to Bind, do you think there are any certain advantages or any patterns you've noticed for either one of these teams that will be helping them win the rounds?
I think for me, both these teams can sort of justify the Breach on Bind. Breach has been, for a while, he was sort of specialized in compositions, but more recently, he's sort of shifted into the default comp. And I think that, bear in mind that Hellranger does play a really good Breach. I think that on Fracture, that was one of the big difference makers. That being said, I think we may see the same pitfalls of Fracture sort of transfer over to Bind. And I think one of the biggest ones on Fracture was we saw both teams guilty of overcommitting ultimates, getting all excited, dropping 5 ults onto one round, and sometimes it just doesn't quite work out. And even if it does work out, you end up having to go the next 3-4 rounds without any bonus utility to work with. So I think that could be something to really worth keeping an eye on. Something else to mention as well, though, is that you're going to have a duelist. So we no longer have to worry about SK Rossi sort of having to be the sole killer on the team. You're going to have Lightning Fast go back to the duel list. That being said, though, this break is going to be a little bit longer than we expected, and thankfully we no longer have to fill for much longer because we can go to a quick break. We'll be back in just a moment. Don't go anywhere.
यार गेम क्या सुपर स्मूथ चल रहा है।
Asus gaming laptop, वो भी amazing deal के साथ, and I can pay आराम से with a 12-month no cost EMI. Crazy!
कहाँ से लिया?
Bro, JBL earbuds at 45% off. उसके ऊपर free Kindle and Audible subscriptions. Can you believe it? अब ये देख।
वो
शांति।
कहाँ से लिया? Sorry.
Hey, you! I'm tracking my run on this new smartwatch I got. Noise का 70% off.
Oh,
मैंने सोचा ऐसी डील पे मैं भी अपनी फिटनेस बढ़ा लूं. Seamless Bluetooth calling. Hey, I'm running towards you. Yeah. कहाँ से लिया? ये देख, I just got this Intel Evo laptop in exchange for my old one. 20,000 बच गए. बस 99 rupees में extended warranty. Plus 20% off भी मिल गया. Pretty sweet deal, right?
Totally feel you, bro. This iPad was always on my wish list. Got the latest one at a great deal and saved $8,000 in exchange for my old phone.
Hey, what's up?
सबको इतनी बढ़िया डील्स मिल रही हैं। ये सब कहाँ से लिया?
Amazon से लिया.
Amazon Great Indian Festival से.
Amazon Great Indian Festival पर मिलेंगे इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स पर जबरदस्त डील्स, नो कॉस्ट EMI, एक्सचेंज ऑफर और सेम डे डिलीवरी।
अब इंडिया बोलेगा Amazon से लिया।
यार गेम क्या सुपर स्मूथ चल रहा है.
Asus gaming laptop, वो भी amazing deal के साथ. And I can pay आराम से with a 12-month no cost EMI. Crazy!
कहाँ से लिया?
Bro, JBL earbuds at 45% off. उसके ऊपर free Kindle and Audible subscriptions. Can you believe it? अब ये देख. शांति.
कहाँ से लिया? Sorry.
Hey, you! I'm tracking my run on this new smartwatch I got. Noise का 70% off.
Oh,
मैंने सोचा ऐसी डील पे मैं भी अपनी फिटनेस बढ़ा लूं. Seamless Bluetooth calling. Hey, I'm running towards you. Yeah. ये देख, I just got this Intel Evo laptop in exchange for my old one. 20,000 बच गए. बस 99 rupees में extended warranty. Plus 20% off भी मिल गया. Pretty sweet deal, right?
Totally feel you, bro. This iPad was always on my wish list. Got the latest one at a great deal and saved $8,000 in exchange for my old phone.
Hey, what's up?
सबको इतनी बढ़िया डील्स मिल रही हैं. ये सब कहाँ से लिया?
Amazon से लिया.
Amazon Great Indian Festival से.
Amazon Great Indian Festival पर मिलेंगे इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स पर जबरदस्त डील्स, नो कॉस्ट EMI, एक्सचेंज ऑफर और सेम डे डिलीवरी.
अब इंडिया बोलेगा Amazon से लिया.
यस यार, गेम क्या सुपर स्मूथ चल रहा है.
Asus गेमिंग लैपटॉप, वो भी अमेजिंग डील के साथ. And I can pay आराम से with a 12-month no cost EMI. Crazy!
कहाँ से लिया?
Bro, JBL earbuds at 45% off. उसके ऊपर free Kindle and Audible subscriptions. Can you believe it? अब ये देख. शांति.
कहाँ से लिया? Sorry.
Hey, you! I'm tracking my run on this new smartwatch I got. Noise का 70% off.
Oh,
मैंने सोचा ऐसी डील पे मैं भी अपनी फिटनेस बढ़ा लूं. Seamless Bluetooth calling. Hey, I'm running towards you. Yeah. ये देख, I just got this Intel Evo laptop in exchange for my old one. 20,000 बच गए. बस 99 रुपीज में extended warranty. Plus 20% off भी मिल गया. Pretty sweet deal, right?
Totally feel you, bro. This iPad was always on my wish list. Got the latest one at a great deal and saved $8,000 in exchange for my old phone.
Hey, what's up?
सबको इतनी बढ़िया डील्स मिल रही हैं. ये सब कहाँ से लिया?
Amazon से लिया.
Amazon Great Indian Festival से.
Amazon ग्रेट इंडियन फेस्टिवल पर मिलेंगे इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स पर जबरदस्त डील्स, नो कॉस्ट EMI, एक्सचेंज ऑफर और सेम डे डिलीवरी.
अब इंडिया बोलेगा Amazon से लिया.
Welcome back. We just saw a very long and extended technical timeout. However, we've been able to get everything back under control. Franchise
Yes.
players currently fall ever so slightly behind Medal in our second map of Pearl. I believe the score being 10-7, if I'm not mistaken. So we definitely have all to play for here, and a comeback is most definitely due from franchise players. Something else to highlight is
Absolutely.
currently Medal haven't dropped a single round in this second half. Franchise players, they need to step it up, and they need to step it up quickly. I can't talk you through this alone, though. I'm Mikasa Kramer 3. I'm joined by the amazing Real CCV, of course, with our producer, the wonderful Sid, as well. Of course, Sid can't say hello, but I'm sure he's smiling ear to ear right now.
Absolutely, and hopefully all the viewers as well, all of you watching are going to be smiling ear to ear. Yes, it was an extended, more than due enough, a pause from our side. But then again, it was a technical issue. There were many instances of a couple of issues taking place in the lobby as well. The players, again, everything was discussed with our backend administrators. Everything was ironed out. We made sure there are no issues anymore. So without any further ado, we'll be jumping in. But yeah, it was pretty long. I'm pretty sure if the franchise players were actually going to apply for franchising, they would have gotten it faster. But again, you never know if they'll get franchising or not. Let's come back to the game. Finally, we'll be resuming. 10-8 is the score. And right now, yes, Medal Esports do have a really solid advantage right now. Momentum, well, again, if you look at momentum on paper, it's favoring them. But in practicality, after all that's happened, will they still be in control? Let's wait and watch.
Ults to watch out for here as Rossi's about to get his online. This is alongside a Nightfall also about to come online as well. This is while we also have Cosmic Device for both teams, a Viper's Pit available for the franchise players, and an Overdrive available for Medal here. A myriad of utility to aid our players for the time being. But for franchise players on the defense, this has been a rocky defense to say the least. Medal having found 6 rounds on the bounce to make it 10 now, looking to continue this success, and hopefully the small pause hasn't made them lose too much momentum.
Yeah, again, the players, they've got to ready themselves up mentally to get back into it. Of course, whatever happens in the server is going to be happening very, very shortly as soon as the timer count goes down. But the players have to make sure they're in the same mindset as they were prior to, the pause taking place, prior to the disconnection and whatever followed. So keeping that in mind right now for the side of, franchise players as well, because, yeah, all the talk that both of us had, Kramer, about franchise players being the better team on their defense comparatively to their attack. So keeping that in mind that franchise players, we said and we had assumed that franchise players would be an advantage in their defense, that has completely shifted on its head. So with that being at the center of our attention, Medal Esports, it's smooth sailing for them. Whatever they're doing seems to be working. If they want to, go with 4 attackers down B long, go with their Viper Toxic Screen at times, the Cosmic Divide from Astra as well, they can make it work. And it can be really, really good. But on the side of franchise players, the thing is that whatever they've tried on their defense, whether it be playing extremely passively or it be to focus on the side of Medal Esports, really think about, to really go for those attacks and to go for early aggression, things still don't seem to go in their way. But this can be their chance of changing that.
It's a bit of a unique use of a Viper's Pit here, and look at the pilgrimage made from the Viper as well. They use it in art, and they run straight back round to Link to renew that pit. I love that. And now for Medal, they have no way to anticipate sort of how close this art player is, sort of where the Viper may be lurking. Already a man down is Medal. They are able to bring up the Cosmic Divide, though, which is going to be crucial for a potential psych take here, especially against the amount of utility that franchise players are currently able to boast.
Franchise players definitely have a lot of utility to their name, and with time running out, pressure's now on Medal. They've got to move on forward. However, this extra bit of utility franchise have got, they're utilizing it perfectly. So Medal go back to their old default of executing through B long as usual, but franchise players are anticipating that Kappa Hellranger, they hold the angle, and Kappa finds one through the smoke. 30 seconds now, and a 3 versus 5.
Absolutely love that slam through the smoke the second they see it come as well. They're acutely aware of Medal's plans here, and with the phase now on about half HP, hitting this site is just to become even harder. Yes, there is the odd seize, it is going to land, but what good will it do? Through the smoke, Hellranger gives the first no HP, is going to be finished off by Tricky, down to the 2v4. Tricky doubling down now, looking to make it 3. The plant will be allowed to be committed. Suddenly for franchise players, losing this would be catastrophic for their confidence.
They cannot.
Tricky really needs to be watched out for here.
Yeah, Tricky is going to be, you know, X factor. Not Rossi spots him, takes him down, and Skills gets the final kill. So, franchise players are not out of it. They'll be breathing in a sigh of relief, knowing that the game is not out of their hands by any stretch of imagination whatsoever. As to the side of Medal Esports, okay, you know, some old feelings of, you know, being in danger may be springing back up, but it's still very early to call, considering the fact that Medal have the advantage. The advantage hasn't changed. It's only that the winning streak of Medal has been put to an end. It has been capped out at 6 consecutive rounds. So if franchise players can build upon that, well then, it's surely going to be a problem for Medal.
Yep, you're absolutely right now, and the ults for me are what you really got to keep an eye on. It's going to be some another fast bid for art control here, but franchise players have done such a good job of delaying this. They maybe could get caught off guard by how swift Metal are going to into this control. Skill's going to be heard as he backs off to Gardens now, and for Rossi now, going through this, he's good for the first, but he's in serious danger of being caught out here. Finished off by Badman, who doubles down as he tries to push a little bit further through Link. Won't be able to do so. We're down to the 4-on-3 retake now. That Cosmic Divide was placed beautifully. It's going to make this retake even harder for the franchise players. They need these kills to come in. They need them to come in quickly. And with the afterplant setup already available for Medal, things are going to go from bad to worse.
Yep, Medal Esports are ready with their positioning as he backs off because he knows his teammates have got the spike covered, and that's exactly what happens. Kappa went for some heroics all alone, well, leaves his teammate all by his lonesome, and Lightning Fast will also be taken down by the same aggressor. That's going to be tricky, ensuring round number 11 for the side of Medal Esports. So, Medal like, okay, even if franchise players, they got one round, that's perfectly fine. It doesn't matter to us. We have the round advantage. So again, even if the back and forth takes place, we will still be able to close out this map prior to franchise players overtaking us and catching up to our lead. And I mean, I can't fault them. It's really a good strategy. Franchise players as well, the economy is now forced. So it's not a very good situation for these guys right now.
You're absolutely right now. Medal with just a hop, skip, and a jump away from forcing us to bind here. The Tour de Force, though, in the hands of Rossi is something to fear. Usually use that Tour de Force is used over to B. Surprisingly, Rossi's playing it over on A. And so this is going to allow Medal to get some real control through long here before Hellranger's really in a position to punish this. Out comes the horse. This will allow the sprint to sight. The flash is perfect. Hellranger, I don't quite think was caught in the seas, but no one's risking the swing to hold just yet.
Now they'll be risking it, and Hellranger gets one of them. He's still alive towards the backside. Kappa with a frenzy in close quarter combat finds a kill, and Medal Esports, they find themselves in such a situation where franchise players can absolutely overwhelm them, and the Cosmic Divide isn't going to make anything easier. Medal need to push this, but once more it's close quarter combat. God Vexy will be good for 2, and yet again, Badman needs to face the same odds. 2 defenders against him. Spike looking to go down. Hellranger was aware of that, and the judge definitely is going to reign mighty over them all.
Yeah, that was Hellranger's round. Through and through, to keep Hall's control for that long, to continue keeping Medal's attention on him for as long as he did, was just perfect. To then allow Rossi to sort of set up with the threat of the Tour de Force means that once the Astra Cosmic Divide is down, that Tour de Force can just go through, almost like an early warning system. Once they have the affirmation that the final 2 players are there, all they have to do is stick that spike and allow Hellranger to mop up the pieces. 1 round separate these 2 teams now. That same 1 round separates Medal from being able to hit that map point. Tour de Force still available for them, something I doubt we'll see just yet as he looks to garner this control, Vandal in hand.
So once more, Metal Esports, all of them are readied up right outside of B. Toxic screen is there from franchise players to allow quick rotations into the bomb side, and at this point the defenders should realize that yeah, it's going to be a full-on execute. The Viper, you know, Molly was thrown, the snake bite was tossed to where the spike was planted, delaying it a little bit, but Vexy will be going to the spike plant regardless. Fragments also thrown. There's a lot of utility franchise players can throw onto the bomb side, but when it comes to kills, skills reign supreme.
Down to the 4 versus 3 now. Astra continuing to drop these stars. There's the counter Nightfall, and this is going to make Vexy's life very damn difficult. Skills on for the ace now, as he's good for 4 now. It's all on Badman. Is there an Astra diff? I think we're about to find out. And Skill, disciplined as ever, planting and defusing, and then allowing those nebulas to go down. Not going for the ace there, not risking the overextension. That is a disciplined play, and I love it, CCB. Down to 11 as well. And interestingly enough, I don't know how I feel about Rossi playing A instead of playing B with the longer ranges on that operator. It means he's playing more of a shotgun role with that op. But nonetheless, it's been, I mean, hey, the retakes have been working out for them. For now, who am I to judge? As a timeout is called by Badman.
Yeah, I think it's also got to do a little bit more with regards to now that Rossi is not playing on the B side, you know, who is playing it? And usually it's going to be one of the controllers or someone with a lot more utility to slow down the attack than just the Chamber himself, right? What does the Chamber have if he wants to gun down the opposition? Well, he's got himself and he's got the guns he brings. Sure, the trap is present, he's got that. But the trademark's just not enough to slow down a full execute of multiple members. Chamber will have to risk his life by going for those peaks sometime or the other. And that's something that franchise players realize that it's not enough. So now, by having other members, by having, you know, the KO close by, Viper in the bomb side, they can still throw a little bit of utility just to delay the attack enough before they go for a full-on retake later on. And I think the additional amount of utility they have allows for something along the lines of that. And as we can see, the 3 rounds that franchise players have won have all been because of retakes, have all been after they have diffused the spike.
Yep. Also of sort of highlighting, I guess, endeavors for the time being. Let's talk about Tricky. Currently 27 kills to his name. He is playing out of his mind here. Up against the Sword of Force as well on Ezzy. Rossi's caught out by Badman, and that's why I don't like seeing the Chamber play A. Because you don't have too much space to run. The knives will be very hard to break. And, well, now it's down to the 4 versus 5. A battle for map point now as Kappa looks to push into Tricky.
Oh, he's winning this. He spots the fade. Kappa, although before dying, he gets 1. So both fades are taken off the board. They'll be fading away from this round. However, the remaining players still stand mighty strong, waiting for someone in the opposition to initiate something. I mean, you can see Lightning Fast is going to cut off these rotations. He's looking to do that. Spots Tricky, tags him slightly. Can he fall back? Yes, he retreats just safely, just by the skin of his teeth. But most importantly, the information has now been given to the remaining players of and, you know, franchise players that it's going to be yet another B execute. So be prepared for that.
The aggression of Ezzy, is it anticipated? I don't think it is. Does Ezzy think a player's got to heaven that quickly? Out comes the null command from Medal as well. Ezzy peeks to heaven. Oh, missed shot! Oh, it's not punished though. If that was punished, that could have been harrowing for franchise or for Medal there. Franchise players though, they cling to their weapons, they get the hell out of there. A few exits may be all they can hope for right now, as Lightning Fast potentially looking to try and get this Viper's Pit online. If he can get a kill or 2, this can seriously help him. Swing from Ezzy though is going to end all those hopes and dreams, and with that, Skills now left alone with an operator to save and present to SK Rossi next round. Batman swings out, and with that, Badman is going to show that actually it's more of an Astra equal than an Astra diff.
But yeah, right now, no gun save for the side of franchise players. If Rossi wants to go for an operator as well, he'll have to buy it yet again. Yeah, Rossi's going to go for it. Not glass cannon entirely. He's got half armor to aid his endeavors wherever he chooses to peek. And he is back indeed on a B. So, your wish did come true, Tremor. This time, Rossi will be playing towards there or even towards mid as we're seeing the chamber reposition. Whatever may happen, he's staying away from A. He will be encountering defenders, that is for sure. SE is also eyeing towards B long. So, a lot of gunfights are supposed to take place quite early on as well.
Yeah, absolutely right. It's going to be a fast bid for control through B Link here. Chamber's going to be losing that trademark, and actually, as he backs off now, Hellranger is going to be under a lot of pressure to try and hold this here.
Yep, utility thrown. Does Hellranger take off of it? No, he's still holding that passive angle. Now there's the Fade sees. Yet another flash thrown. He finds... No, it's going to be SK Rossi who finds God Bexy. Hellranger still standing. And this was a pure pincer move from the side of franchise players. One by one, they moved on forward, and one by one, through the just superiority of angles they were holding in Link, they eliminated all of those attackers. But the attackers have still infiltrated into the bomb site. It's a very weird dynamic that is taking place right now with where the spike is dropped.
Yeah, anticipate the door swing here. Badman's just down Kappa, and Badman's really woken up in these kind of latter stages of the second half now. You Astra Stars are going to go down as he reveals himself. There's the double swing. Ezzy's good for the first. Badman for the second medal! They recover around. They had no business recovering at all. And with that, CCV, we're going to bind.
That was a very interesting manner in which they closed off that map. I mean, that was not anticipated in the slightest, especially the double swing. Franchise players falling for it as well. They wanted to counter it. They had confidence in their ability to win those gunfights, but that just didn't happen. Medal Esports, it's almost as if Medal Esports needed something to push them further and motivate them even further. And I think the 3 rounds that franchise players managed to win in the defense half after the pause, after the break, really, fueled the fire even further for the side of Medal, and they were able to bank off of that and eventually close out the map 13-11. So we've had a classic case of the best of 3, where you win your opponent's map choice, but you lose yours, and eventually it all leads to the best. It all leads to the decider map, which makes me say my favorite line is best of 3 is now just a glorified best of 1.
Yeah, it absolutely is. We're going to have to see who's going to be able to win that in a moment. We'll be able to look at some of the highlights, though, because let's be honest, CCV, there was quite a few. And I, for one, am so impressed with Tricky. So damn impressed with Tricky.
Absolutely.
I think he cleared 30 kills at the end there. He had a monumental map. And if Tricky hadn't popped off there, this game's over. And, franchise players win. But he rises to the occasion. And if he can play this well on Bind, we have a serious game on our hands.
I mean, he did play just like this on Bind again. The last time Medal Esports played was here in the Challenger Series against Team Valor. And back then, Tricky managed to drop 32 kills and only 16 deaths, I believe, after 20 rounds or so. So he had a terrific day there as well. This time, however, of course, the opponents are different. It's not Team Valor Medal are facing, it's franchise players. So that may change a lot of things. That absolutely is going to change a lot of things. He will be facing a lot more hardships in his way to that repeat of the 30 bomb, but there is nothing that disproves if he'll be able to achieve it or not. If he'll be able to achieve it or not, he absolutely can. He has already done it, and Medal Esports will have a huge advantage if once more Tricky as the Rays will be singing throughout the map.
Looking at a lot of these highlights as well, you see that I think once we get to the defense, we're going to see the problem franchise players had, and it was once they were actually having to retake, they had no duelists to just swing in and make space, because duelists, their role isn't always to get an entry; it's to crosshair displace, and it's to keep your opponent's attention away. And unfortunately for franchise players, is they had no one to really do that in running a duelistless comp. And for me, that really showed. I would love to see Lightning Fast back on that raise for Binds, where he sort of made his name.
Right. That indeed can happen. And I mean, the members on the side of franchise players will be looking for a couple of differences. This kind of control tactic of theirs didn't completely work out on their defense. Yes, they had ample amount of utility to aid the fact that they are playing for retakes, but just the positioning overall and the way in which how easily Medal Esports at times were able to break through the defense set up kind of goes against one of the theories you have of a control-oriented team, is that you should be looking to have all the answers for your opposition. If you are forcing your opposition to go down B long, you should have answers on dealing with that. Here, franchise players, they were waiting for Metal Esports to push down B long, but they didn't really have most of the answers. I mean, yeah, okay, they had the Viper toxic screen, they had a little bit of utility present as well, some gravity wells here and there, some KO fragments, but overall it didn't work out, and a bit of that has to be pushed down to the kills as well. As we have a look at the scoreboard, we see the monumental performances in Tricky, 28 and 18. Really good stuff.
Yeah, 28 to 18. The ADR and ACS are a little bit messed up, of course, because we'd have to reset the map. So
Yeah.
ignore those stats for a second. 28 and 18. What the hell, CCV? Tricky's godlike. And here's the thing. Going to Bind, I don't know how good Neon's going to be. So we may have to see if Tricky has a deeper agent pool than just Neon.
I assume he will be playing the Raze, since that's what they did against
Yeah.
Valor as well. So I believe we'll be seeing Raze. I mean, Raze should be brought out from both the rosters. I think SK Rossi may also opt for that agent. And of course, Raze in general just has a very nice strength over the map of Bind when it comes to the market share of the duelists, right? You hardly ever see a Jet being played, very rarely. Neon, yes, she's brought out. The other duelist, I mean, Yoru can be picked as a secondary duelist if you're really going for a double duelist comp. But no, it's usually the Raze. But yeah, now that we're seeing now we're seeing the exact, numbers as well. Average combat score almost reaching 300 for Tricky and Hellranger shows that the utility usage of Hellranger was really nice, but at the same time, just the sheer nature in which Tricky was getting kills was what was definitely the highlight of the game.
I'm going to get all surreal with us now, CCV.
Mm-hmm.
If Medal win this series, what does that mean for the bracket? Because Global have gone out, we've lost franchise players. Velocity are currently the only favourites who have actually won everything.
True.
What? what world are we in?
It's I guess it's a new chapter for everyone, in South Asian Valorant. I guess it's a lesson that, with not just the new system being here. Of course, we've got the tier 2 system as well. We've got last chance qualifiers. We've got the entire tier 2 setup overall in the global bracket. And of course, we have got progressions, and we've got all the actual franchise organizations, all of that. Again, the whole ecosystem is there. Keeping that in mind, a subsection of that being in South Asia is that it's a new day. The old kings of the region are kings no more. They will have to fight like true knights, just like everyone in this joust that will be taking place every single time here at the Esports Club as well, right? We'll be having tons and tons of tournaments. This is an off-season tournament, and already we are seeing the amount of overtones and the amount of unexpected results in an off-season tournament, for God's sakes. One can only imagine and assume what will be happening once the full competitive year is brought out, and once these tier 2 and tier 1 teams will be locked and loaded with their rosters, with their supporting staff as well, their analysts, their coaches, their managers, the organization they're under. And of course, we've got the whole year rolled out in terms of the tournaments that will be happening. That is only going to amplify these kind of results and these kind of upsets, honestly.
Looks like we're going to be going straight into the next map instead of a break as well. So you guys get to have a huge dose of action. We no longer have to look at that countdown screen because we know just how to spoil you guys here over at the Esports Club. So just a moment, we'll be able to go straight into Bind. No problems at all. Interestingly enough, though, going into Bind, I think for me the win condition for Medal is, can Tricky show up? If he can, that's serious. We're going to go to our agent select there. We're going to see if it will be on the Neon or if he'll be able to bring out another duelist. And more importantly, what will Lightning Fast be doing? Because Viper has been sort of teased on Bind a few times, and luckily for Lightning Fast, no more of this slow calculated play. It's all boom all the time for Lightning Fast.
So it's Raze versus Raze, and yet again it's Chamber versus Chamber. for Ezzy and Rossi. Quite interesting. They'll be locking out Chamber as their sentinel right here. Very interesting. Bind is one of the maps where if teams want, they can also sacrifice on the entire archetype of Chamber. Maybe play with two controllers, two initiators, bringing on two duelists as well, but nothing along the lines of that will be happening. As a matter of fact, the side of franchise players, they'll be looking out for a very even kind of composition for their side. Skills locks out Brimstone, very standard, nothing against that. And this is where teams are playing a lot more in tune with what has generally been the worldwide meta of these maps. Right, on Bind, it's also this. You can bring out the double initiators. It's just a matter of differentiation between those
Select
initiators.
your
Are
agent.
you looking for that fade? Do you want the sky? Or can a KO be brought out? There have been instances where a KO is present. Sova as well has that chance. But from the looks of it, it's going to be, the Trailblazer and Prowler combo from the side of franchise players. Meanwhile, double controller for the side of Medal Esports. Interesting.
Actually quite like having a fade as well. I think it means that you're allowing your race to have a little bit more space to play with. You also set yourselves up for those small combos with the C's and the paint shells, and it means that your sort of early round utility combos have a little bit more lethality to them, whereas over on Medal, they're going to be probing a lot more for information rather than for garnering these early kills off the back of solely utility.
Absolutely. Keeping that in mind, yeah, the utility usage alongside the way in which and the manner in which these teams will be looking to get their initial kills or progress forward through the round based on the attack and defenses is also going to be talked about. But yeah, a slight difference in the composition for these two teams does mean there will be a couple of changes, but mainly, yet again, we are seeing similar agents, right? When it comes to the player getting all the kills, when it comes to the spearhead of the attack, it's going to be the Raze. When it comes to an anchor or also someone who's going to be aggressing forward, it's going to be the Chamber nonetheless.
Yeah.
The controller, to a certain extent, Brimstone is the same. You also have the Sky. So it's really just like very, very minuscule, just like 20% changes taking place in these rosters, albeit that 20% can be the differentiating factor between win and loss, both for Medal or for franchise. But it also means these players will have to input a lot of their personal due diligence into making sure that the agent they have opted for is the best set agent, because when you're talking about the meta generally, both of them are kind of fine. I don't think either one of us, Krema, you and I, are really going to be talking majorly about something unique that's being brought upon by these teams. It's more so what the players can do with the agents they have selected. So keeping that in mind, all of the responsibility now gets shifted down to the person behind the screen, not the character they're playing in front.
Yeah, absolutely right. Just so we'll be able to head into Bayern and we'll be able to get this map underway. Before we do, though, I want to put you on the spot a little bit here, CCV.
Yes.
Who do you think's winning this one?
Franchise players look like a solid team, but only because of the fact that we have seen Medal Esports win the map of Bind day before yesterday against Team Valor is why I'm going to say Medal take it. They have the same composition right now. Although I'd be completely glad if I'm proven wrong. If I'm proven wrong, if franchise players takes it, I'm not going to be the saddest person in the world. I know it's a very diplomatic answer I'm going for, but I mean, now that we're in the decider map,
you did say Medal, though. You did say Medal. So you say Medal.
Fair enough.
I say franchise players. I think franchise players have probably got this. You can't put down lightning fast raids. I think you can't underestimate it as well. I think the reason Tricky was able to do so well on Pearl is because he was given the space to do so well.
Yes.
I don't know if he's going to be able to have that same space to move about in over on Bind, particularly when they're running a comp, which Global Esports are going to have categorically prepared for.
Absolutely. Franchise players, will be looking forward to that. And again, just the nature in which Bind runs into, close quarter combat. The physical, like literal freedom of movement as well is going to be a lot more restricted. But then again, all you have to see is 1-2 montages of these Raze mains on Twitter, and you will understand that they can very well maneuver their way around the map. There is no shortage of that. Absolutely none whatsoever. It's more about if the opponents let them, and even if they don't let them, can they brute force their way through? Because that's one of the things with the Raze, is that the satchel is a lot more fluid in its dive nature. I'm going to get very specific into Valorant movement, but unlike a Jet Dash, which is again just unilateral, right, one directional, to the side,
Yep.
to the back. With the satchel, you have two of them. You can completely move your way around. And I think a great example of that, which we see in esports as well, is the A-shot boxes that are right there next to the
Yeah.
teleporter. Attackers, more specifically the Raze means, they'll get on top of it, they'll satchel their way, they can reach the shower's entrance, they can reach behind the truck towards U-Haul's entrance, they can reach defender's spawn, they can reach even heaven, like they can have an angle towards there, they can be on top of triple boxes. There's a whole variety of things the Raze can do. So brute forcing your way through it becomes easier, but you also need your teammates to serve,
Yeah.
to also, move in, because again, that's the whole purpose of the dive agent. Not only are you creating space, you also want the rest of your team to fall into it.
Interestingly enough, I think that I doubt we'll see anything too ambitious from these Razes. I think they're actually
Could
mainly going to
be.
be relying on their sure, we'll see the sort of standard dives where you sort of on B site you see them go center site. You see Razes try and get into early lamps control, but I don't think we're going to see anything sort of a meta breaking because it's the
Yeah.
final map of a series. I'm willing
Also fair
to.
enough.
I would argue that these teams are actually going to play fairly reserved. I think it's going to be franchise players who make the first move of aggression, and then Med will just spend the rest of the game responding before, of course, change of pace, then they start aggressing.
Yeah, I mean, you do make a very valid argument right here. The risk factor associated with these teams as well. So that's also going to be really interesting. We'll be looking forward to it, and we'll be considering that. But for the time being, Medal Esports on defense, and already Ezzy, my god, he pushes down B Long against anything assisted by that guiding light from the sky. He was looking to do some damage. Fox not willing to retreat. He's got the support of his teammate, but both the defenders get lit up severely, and they have no choice but to give up Shower's control.
Yeah, look how far away the sky is as well, so there's going to be no heal for these defenders either. For the attackers, though, instantly healed up, rest recuperated, ready to fight again. Bad man getting the player tested, and just about avoids the siege, though. That could have been dangerous. There's a swing from Lightning Fast, as aggressive as ever. 3 HP left on Bad Man, but he's able to survive.
He survives that, and franchise players, they still are known. They're not able to plant the spike, as a matter of fact. Badman gets a triple kill overall as that Viper within the bomb site, and SK Rossi is left all by himself. Interesting for him to not pick up that ultimate orb. I mean, even if he wants that element of surprise, still a 1 versus 3 with classic Headhunter and just a single bullet in the Headhunter. That too, I would have really gone for the ultimate orb, made a more rapid change, made it faster to get my tour de force. But regardless of that, Rossi will be peeking, isolates one gunfight, gets one Ezzy as well, severely tagged. Before you know it, this seems doable. Godvexy, no heals left for him, but no time left in this chamber as he's got to rush in. 4K for Rossi. But it's going to be Medal Esports yet again continuing their streak of domination in these pistol rounds.
Yes, a 4K for Rossi, but there's no virtue in these kills. They're all like almost glorified exit frags when you're so low on HP. I'm very surprised there that Badman was able to get as much damage as he was able to before he got traded. For me, it shows a small flaw in the franchise players' at least initial sight hold came back to haunt them. For Rossi, though, being able to buy I believe a Sheriff to Kappa while then going for some Headhunter bullets, that's the I guess the pro of being able to get 4 kills on your pistol rounds. We'll see what Kappa can do with that Sheriff. Oh, it's Rossi to draw first blood, though.
Once again, he gets it, and yeah, the initial momentum now with franchise players, tricky. Again, good movement, falls back safe and sound. Medal Esports, they want this distance between themselves and their opposition because that's where the Spectres will have that superiority compared to the pistols brought forward from franchise players. Franchise players, however, they've made their way into the bomb site. Unfortunate as is, lets Fox live, and Fox then capitalizes further by picking up 3 overall kills. So again, anti-eco round, Kremer, we know how these go. Usually we haven't seen any anti-eco upsets just yet. Neither do I think we'll be seeing them now.
On the topic of anti-eco pistols and stuff like that, that puts Medal currently 4 of 5 pistol rounds. Their
Exactly.
pistol rounds are so strong. Fox now on for the ace. Will he get it? Yes, he will.
Look at that smile.
Ace from Fox there, and you see that smile, that impish grin of one who's killed 5 people in a single round. With that, the franchise players will move to their full buy, though. This is where things get a little bit more interesting. This is where things get a little bit more competitive. And we're going to see what these Spectres can do. What I imagine would have to be a point blank against these big, scary guns.
Yes, and also Fox has now unlocked the orbital strike. Rossi 1 away from the 2-4, so we are seeing early ultimates brought out. And now I want to see on the map of Vine some real ultimate harvesting from their teams. You know, delve into ultimate harvesting cycles, like really prioritize one agent who can get an ult. Maybe on defense it can be the Brimstone with the orbital strike, or it can be the Vipers with the Viper Spit. On attack, the Showstopper, the Nightfall. But I'll talk more later about why ultimate harvesting can be really fruitful for these teams, as right now franchise players are right on the outskirts of the B-bomb side and they want to push forward.
Both Trailblazers are going to meet one another. And it looks like, for the moment of franchise players, they're just going to dive straight through this teleporter. But look, they're running straight into Badman. He's got such a good position here, CCV.
Yeah, trigger control and also positioning is going to be ever so important. Fox will be pushing towards length right now. And Badman finds one and gets the spike! Oh, that's it. Hellranger all alone. Badman turns back and yeah, you can see just again solace on his face as he realizes his mistake, turning his back towards Shower's entrance. But he also gives a lot of information to his teammates. The spike is near A. The execute will be happening here as well.
Fox is taking players with him. This is turning into a bit of a collapse of franchise players. Tricky now realizes he can just go passive. He can wait for the Sky to join him. The Sky, by the way, is going to have an upgraded weapon. Dinking skills. What you think with the Spectre isn't anything too violent. And they actually forced out the Seekers as well. This should have been a fairly easy round for franchise players, but Medal are making them really work for this.
I mean, franchise now have information with regards to where the Lonesome Sky is. That is really good. But the problem is that look at how expensive this round was for the side of franchise players. I don't doubt in their ability, knowing that they'll convert this into a win as well, knowing that it's going to be a 2-1 score. Vexy, as good as he is, will not be able to clutch out the 1 versus 2, considering the time he has. Yeah, Hellranger takes him down, but this was not the best of rounds for franchise players. 3 of their members dying, 3 of their rifles being dropped, alongside an ultimate being used as well, purely for the basis of utility. I'm not saying Hellranger wasted that Trailblazer, no, but it wasn't the most optimal use of it, and everyone in franchise players knows that. So keeping that in mind, franchise players are still not out of trouble.
Yep. What is going to make them feel a little bit more comfortable, though, is we are going to see the Tour de Force come out on Rossi. And we are starting to see a few ults or rear heads as well. They're one away from the Viper's Pit on Medal as well, with an orbital strike to delay a plant or to delay a defuse if it needs be. For Fox, aggressing into Showers now, is going to try and take a duel with Rossi potentially. It's only a brave endeavor. You never know. The line between foolish and brave is very, very blurred.
Line between foolish and brave in South Asia is also called queuing up for rank, so...
Yeah. Where have you made it in rank for this act?
I haven't started actually. I've been traveling for this event as well, right? So it's
Right.
too much time playing Valorant. But anyways, these players surely have had a lot of time. They've been playing since afternoon right here, and still they are moving on forward in towards the final stages of this map. It's not over yet. We don't know who's going to win, and this round specifically as well, we have no idea whatsoever which team will be converting it into a round win.
Great orbital strike as well is going to buy even more time here. Fox in the smoke, going to get his stim beacon out. Is hoping for an angle potentially on a over-ambitious Medal player, but no one's biting. Finally gets point. There's the flash, there's the swing, cancels the plant. It's a back and forth though. A great set piece to buy time for Medal, but Hellranger's going to make sure they go a man up. There's Rossi to chime in as well, revealing the tour de force. It's all on easy. 1 versus 3. Phantom in hand. The half HP Hellranger is going to hearken any response or any swing from defender spawn as he opts to go to heaven.
Cuts the corner, checks all the angles, doesn't spot him in just yet. Now that he does, will not be able to convert it into a good fight or a kill nonetheless. So, Medal Esports in the round, they really could have, opted for that comeback. They don't, and it is going to lead to them facing the consequences of that. The brutality of Valorant credit economy is such that Medal Esports are really going to be very difficult. And alright, okay, so apparently this is going to be the first match in the entire Challenger Series that is going to go to the deciders in the South Asian qualifier. So we know Velocity, they won 2-0, and other teams as well. I'll be checking the brackets and I'll definitely let the people know. Or otherwise, I'm sure we'll have our admins in the chat telling the scores of the off-stream matches.
Look at the off-stream match as well. This is the first game to go to 3 maps.
Yeah.
Now C-Sports the South Bill and then France United Todak in the APAC qualifier also went to 3 maps, but in the South Asian one, this is the first. So Easy gets the first kill as well. Skills shut down. With only 4 bullets, he is hoping for damage here much rather than a sort of round-winning play.
Waiting for that, and yet again, this time, franchise players, they want to try and sell a fake of sorts. Again, just have something happen with Lightning Fast in his position. So the TP is maybe making Medal Esports think that are they really sticking for an A execute, or are they trying to sell that fake? Are all of them outside of hookah? Well, shots are fired outside of U-Halls. Hell Ranger, Pop Flash, pushes through, gets 1 kill. Lightning Fast on B as well is going to be troublesome, but now he teleports away. And the first Ranger in the bomb site is going to be Fox, who, with the Sheriff, will not be able to pick up those gunfights. So, once more, long rotation for these medal players, and once more, franchise players are going to be in prominent post-run positions.
Yeah, it feels like franchise players have sort of started getting their confidence back. We're seeing them now really be happy to take Angels. I mean, Capital's like that now. Swings out, shuts down Tricky. Maybe expecting the judge that he is. Only a couple of bullets left, but he only needs 1 of them when they're hitting the head of God of Xerxia. So franchise players are starting to find their groove. Now it's down to Medal. It's your turn to adapt. And in this sort of war of attrition on Fracture, Medal were able to stay equal for about 10 or so rounds before franchise players started pulling themselves into the lead. So I want to see Medal have a response, and have a response fast. They have a Viper's Pit to aid in this endeavor, but they are up against the Nightfall, the Showstopper, and what may very well be an Orbital Strike about to become available on skills as well.
Absolutely, they've got plenty of utility to work with. So that's definitely not going to be a major concern of theirs. It's just when franchise players move on forward, exactly how do Medal deal with it. So Nightfall brought out, Lightning Fast goes through, Showstopper in hand, and look at that, he takes down the Viper, knowing how much more valuable that was. That's an excellent split-second decision taken up. God Vexy completely flashed, dazed, stunned out of his mind, and out of this round. So franchise players in the execute, successful once again. The entry fragger gets them the opening, dies. Lightning Fast won't mind that, because the rest of his teammates, the 4 of his teammates, are again in excellent position.
It's a swing from Easy, but it's instantly shut down. A great use of the Seekers there to be able to extrapolate how many players they need to be worried about from elbow. It's Rossi to finish off the remaining 2. Franchise players to hit 4 now. And for Medal, I believe their economy's starting to take a bit of a beating here. I love this confidence from Lightning Fast as well, knowing that he only has to kill 1. As long as he has the info on the second, as long as he knows where he's shot from, that's on the rest of the team to trade. And they do so beautifully.
Also the choice of taking down the Viper, knowing the Viper split is going to go down with her, which will obviously assist his teammates into pushing from B long and not shake up the execute. I'm pretty sure he made that split-second choice, because we saw his point of view. That was really stunning, man. Props to you, Lightning Fast. Again, really good. But for Medal Esports now, once more, what is the remedy? They have the initial set of utility to delay them. Fox, again, concussed. He finds 1 kill. That's nice. But it's this differential of the armory, right? You've got one team with rifles, the other with Spectres. They just can't get into fair gunfights.
That's the thing with Valorant. You don't want to take a fair gunfight. So if you take a fair fight, then it's a bad fight. Rossi shuts down easy. As you can see, an unfair fight because he has the better gun, and he's going to use that on Badman as well. Not fair. Well, he shouldn't have come into my world. And it's Tricky going to retrieve a Phantom here, something worth saving potentially. When the Defexi going through defender spawn. Something to highlight as well is Tricky, who was the savior of Medal over on Pearl. Now maybe their downfall because he's yet to kill.
Last player standing.
Oh, that definitely has to be a major factor, and I'm glad you brought that up. I didn't notice that. Now, he does get one kill, but again, it's a kill in vain. It's not going to matter much. It's inconsequential in the larger scheme of things, because franchise players, they still run away with the round. The executes franchise players are going for is so good. I mean, granted, in this round, Medal Esports didn't have the best of weaponry, but four members of Medal were on the A bomb side, and all four of them were still struck down from the side of franchise players. That means that the gunfights are definitely favoring them. A lot of it has to be psychological. Like you said, the mentality and the mindset of franchise players definitely has improved a lot.
I quite like the call for the timeout here from Medal. I think they realize that momentum is shifting in favor of their opponents. They need to find something to slow that down. The timeout does that perfectly. The question now is what is the strat to follow that timeout? Potentially a aggressive round here. I wouldn't mind seeing them fight for shots control.
They absolutely can. And again, as we were talking about the off-stream matches as well, right? Velocity have defeated Reckoning Esports 2-0. So again, really, really good performance from their side. Now, Velocity, these online matches, yes, Velocity themselves have branded themselves as the onliners. They know the online games, they perform really well. But the last time they came here in the Esports Club as well, when we had our LAN event, we had the last edition of the Challenger Series, they failed at the very last stage. They lost to Enigma in the grand finals. This time, the competition is far more fierce, because not only will they be up against the South Asian teams, but the Southeast Asian teams as well. And that, of course, applies to all the SA teams qualifying from these qualifiers.
You're absolutely right now, with a bit of early aggression now being sort of amped up from the franchise players, making their presence in a short here fairly vocal. Judge for Lightning Fast now set up for what I imagine is going to be a dive to Lamps. Flash is going to buy a bit of space. Lightning Fast now just waiting for the timing. On the jump spot, Easy is going to remove the boom bot before it even leaves the hands of Skills there. Easy is marked, will eventually back off, not risking the fight. The paint shells, though, are going to buy even more time. Medal are doing a great job at delaying this push, especially when they already suspect it's coming.
Exactly. They are anticipating it, and they are actively working against that. This is how you use your utility when you have a surplus of it. This is how you use your utility with two initiatives, with that Raze, with that Brimstone. Now, it's going to be an orbital strike brought out from franchise players as well to flush out any defenders from U-Halls, but all the defenders are hit towards showers. Kappa goes down. Lightning Fast from the A bomb side goes into A shards, throws his utility down, and he holds this angle. Tricky as a Raze has got to win this gunfight. He's done this a million times. This time he falls back, wants to have that space. The franchise players get the spike down. Medal, unless they win these gunfights, they'll be in heaps of trouble.
I mean, yes, they're able to get the kill in showers eventually, but their angle of attack is still going to be really, really strained here. Tricky, that fuse is very low, but he's still able to shut down Hellranger with it. Now center of sight. It's all on your brim. What can Skills do? Good for the first, anticipates the second, swings down, sees him with a close angle, makes able to shut it down, but this is before Rossi's able to trade, leaving it down to the 1 versus 1. Swings out Rossi, 14 HP is good for 2. With that, it'll be 6 for franchise players, guaranteeing a draw at the very least in this half, but more importantly, showing Medal Esports, no matter how many ults you're willing to wield in this round, we've got that skill.
Absolutely, and oh boy, 13-4 for Rossi as well as the Chamber. Man, he's been having a tremendous attacking half so far. On defense as well, he'll be engaging into a lot fewer initial gunfights, but gunfights nonetheless, because again, even if he's the anchor, he'll be facing that barrage of attack, and once he's on the rotate, he may have some attackers to face. But again, we'll talk about Rossi later as the Chamber as well. Really good stuff, but it's the entirety of franchise players definitely putting in that work. 6 consecutive rounds from their side as well equaling the winning streak of Medal Esports that they had on the map of Pearl. So both of these teams, they're showing the streak of domination that is possible from their side when they're in the right situation.
That Prowler is going to get a lot of attention from the Kappa there. They know one's backside, they know one's on the close angle. And rather than risk going close against Sheriffs, instead we're seeing Kappa go straight back round to Showers, a position they know is going to be contested, but one they might find they'll have a little bit more faith holding. They spot out the Brim, good for one, instantly traded. That Snakebite's going to maybe give a bit of confidence to Batman to try and extend to get this weapon. They're able to retrieve it and max off, but does he expect Lightning Fast to be ready to try and trade to this? Smokes go down, Rossi swings out, there's the kill, and once again, the site swings open like a door in a gale as Medal find themselves in yet another retake.
Once much the same tactic undertaken by Medal players as well, right? They want to push from defender spawn. Franchise players have an answer to this every single time. I'm not sure why Medal takes so much time with their rotations. I guess they think maybe franchise players will go for a fake, but that hasn't happened so far. And yet another round comes to an end where franchise players, they'll be extending the lead even further. A KD of 3 for Rossi right now. 7 consecutive rounds for franchise players, now topping the old record we had in this best of 3 of 6 consecutive. For Medal Esports, franchise players definitely want to reach new heights, and they definitely want to reach the furthest round differential possible in this first half.
We're about to see another set of Seekers become available for Hellranger as well. Easy is going to go aggressive for the time being on long. Trying to fight for orb control, potentially get it up on their own. Sky here. Flashing through Landstone, there's going to be the swing, there's the counteraction. However, it feels like we're looking at Newton's third. Every action has the opposite reaction. 2 kills on A, right? Well, it's 2 kills on B from franchise players. They're not going to be able to assault this B site. And for the members of Medal, it's going to be another retake. This has got to start hurting. Surely CCV.
Oh, Rossi's back. Oh, Rossi's here. This time, however, he falters, and this can be the opportunity. But there's another operator in town. It's going to be Lightning Fast wielding it, and now it's only going to be Lightning Fast. 1 versus 2, showstopper, double satchel in hand. Again, I'm just saying, he gets 1, isolates 1 gunfight. Got, again, it was being stuck. Well, we didn't see the diffuser counter in front of our screens, not sure exactly what happened, but Fox stuck it amidst all the chaos. I'm not going to lie, I have to admit, even I got confused, but Medal Esports won the round regardless. Tricky did a good job of just delaying Lightning Fast and confusing him with all the audio cues taking place, the satchel, the showstopper, the operator and whatnot. It made it all very confusing, which allowed Fox to just silently and sneakily defuse the spike.
You're absolutely right. He became almost a target dummy for that showstopper, just to allow that spike to be defused. And that third round for Medal means the next half is winnable. You only need 3 on bind. So franchise players, maybe a bitter taste left in their mouths there. We're going to see a sniper duel between Easy and SK Rossi. There's the swing, there's the trade. The bait and switch is just magnanimous as Rossi jumps out again, sees that Xerxia maybe on the close angle, uses that tour de force to ruin the day of those poor gamer squids. Instead, we use those big scary French bullets to ruin the day of Xerxia as well as Tricky through the smoke, shuts down the lot of them as the poster boy of franchise players is going to look to add another skull to his collection with the swing from Defender's Spawn.
Tagged slightly, but still he's going to peek nonetheless. Only now is he shut down. But Rossi knows he's got plenty of his teammates to hold down his bomb site, and that's exactly what happens. Hellranger gets the better of them, and yeah, like you just mentioned, the flank was also present. But again, no need for that. Already franchise players had everything under control.
A really, really strong round from Rossi there. And that is the pure, unadulterated, unfiltered aggression that you love to see. And for franchise players, the fact of being able to get away with that means they're going to be doing it more, means they're going to be pushing the boundaries, they're going to be sort of flexing their muscles, rolling their shoulders to see just what Medal can do to stop them.
Well, let's see exactly what Medal can do. I mean, yeah, from the side of franchise players, they have been, looking to just do whatever they want, really run the course on this entire map according to their liking, and Metal have been playing this reactionary Valorant of sorts. But keeping that in mind, now is the time for Metal to do something different. However, the orbital strike completely just blocks Batman from within. He goes down alongside the Viper's Spit. So once more, franchise players find a really nice counter to that Viper. Viper's Spit is gone, lightning fast, just W key hold. Tricky gets 1 kill onto its Kappa. The orbital strike works. There's a lot happening, but in the aftermath of everything, Fox was the last player. He'll be killed, and franchise players never lost control of the bomb site after the execute.
What a round there. Tricky suiciding while also shutting down Kappa, while simultaneously the orbital strike follows it up on the planter. This is all while we see franchise players wrapping around to CT for another duel. Once that duel's taken, we then are able to see Skills follow it up with a Frenzy. No, not Frenzy, sorry, I do apologize. Stinger upgrades the Vandal, takes the 1 versus 2, can't win the Angel, and it all comes back around to the franchise players at 9-3. Welcome to SA, and welcome to a 9-3 curse. CCV feels like
there's
we've been
no
here
such
before.
thing. No,
No such thing.
No.
That's
Yes.
You're spiting the gods. Lady Luck won't like that.
I don't have a care in the world. Again, 9-3 curse. It's all made up. It's none of it
you're
is
gonna
real.
lose
It's all psychological.
all of your placements now. You're gonna lose every single one of your placements. You've
See,
spat
that's
in
totally
the
fine.
you spat in the general direction of Lady Luck, and unfortunately,
If I
life right now
have-
is one big run at the Golden Lotus.
If I have to sacrifice my Valorant rank just to show to everyone, showcase that there's no such thing as a curse, it's all dependent on momentum and the playstyle of the teams, I'll do it any single day. I'll sacrifice my entire account. Again, I don't have skins anyway, so I mean, I'm fine with that.
I'm not saying that curse is going to happen now, but I'm saying you need to put respect on that curse.
No. Just, there's no such thing as a curse. It's all made up. That's like, yeah.
Whatever helps you sleep at night.
I mean, okay. The rationality helps me sleep at night. Knowing that if teams do make a comeback from 3-9, it's because of momentum, and it's because of their playstyle helps me sleep at night, because, well, that is the truth.
Remember, Metal Esports have really good pistol rounds. So there's a small comeback's possible. I don't know if they'll be able to convert the full half. But if they, I'll tell you what, if they do, I will, I don't know what to do. I'll, we'll figure something out.
Sure. You know what? If franchise players actually, if Metal Esports actually go for a 9-3 curse right here, I'll get a tattoo of Metal Esports. Now the loophole behind this is I'm not legal yet to get a tattoo, so I can say whatever I want.
Right, that feels like a wuss's way out.
No. I'll get a tattoo. Sure, why not? Yeah.
I'll no. I think I better win this. I'll shave my beard. I'll shave it clean off.
All right. Okay.
Oh yeah, that's how much faith I have in Rossi's confidence right now. That being said, they do struggle in pistol rounds.
That is true.
Suddenly, we're going to become a lot more invested in this cast. We'll see. We are anyway, but we'll see what Metal can do now, going into their attack. Now, with the Viper, I don't know how they're going to fare on their attack. The Viper's Pit in the Afterplant is ruthlessly effective, but you need to be able to at least take these sites in order to be able to convert those Afterplants.
Yeah, the side, I mean, again, the nature in which he'll be executing as well is got to be very important as he finds a brilliant kill. And again, franchise players, members are retreating back. They are being cornered off. Xerxia with the Headhunter. He'll be good for one. And these guys, they have delayed Medal slightly. Ooh. But Medal still don't have a care in the world. They will be progressing forward. They have chosen the A-bomb side, and they will execute on it no matter what comes in their way. Lightning fast Hellranger, these guys are on U-hauls, and seems like Metal Esports have realized that, okay, maybe we took a little extra risk, and I don't think A would be working out. That's why they completely shifted their position, went to B, and now it's a very sticky situation what happens from here, considering the amount of teleports that have happened.
Yeah, I think that Skills done a good job keeping track of it, though. Frenzy, though, at this range is going to be difficult to wield. It's Ezzy to finish the job. Medal now, 5 of 6 pistol rounds have gone their way. And I actually don't know if this is franchise players having really bad pistol rounds or Medal having really, really good pistol rounds. Either way, they have made it work for this half. Really, really damn well. And this could be the follow-up. This could be it. As Global, they drop down to an eco. Headhunters will come out on Rossi. The player I'm keeping an eye on now, though, is going to be Tricky. Tricky, if he wakes up, we've got a serious game on our hands.
Absolutely, and again, considering the buy of Metal Esports as well, right? They're really honing in on that complete force buy ability. It's not just anti-eco, they are spending every bit of credits they have into the buy for this round. Meanwhile, franchise players, they want to work against that, they'll be peeking, but again, inherently, they know it won't be going their way. So, 2 kills already favoring these attackers. They have free reign over the map. I mean, already Tricky's there towards showers or a shot. He can push up however he wants to.
What?
Lightning Cross with the classic gets a double against people with Spectres and whatnot. That's very interesting. Alright.
Wow! That is a hell of a... Wow, it's hell of a round from Lightning Fast. I doubt they're going to be able to convert it unless something really goes wrong for Medal here. Kappa now in heaven. Knows there's going to be some players in showers to worry about, and Medal are taking their time. They're being very methodical with these pushes. Unfortunately, they've launched those weapons through the teleporter as well, so there's nothing to save. Kappa brings it down to the 2 versus 2. The Haunts instantly destroyed. They're not going to be able to garner too much control off the back of that, though. The question now is, what can the Chamber do? What grounds can he take? The Prowler going to clear center sight. Means that Tricky has to be eluding somewhere to shorts here.
Yet again, Rossi on very low HP. The members of Metal Esports as well in individual angles, isolating the gunfights. Kappa goes down, and I think he's looking for an off-guard kill. He pushes through. Badman eliminates him just as efficiently as he got the last one. And Metal Esports, they win their pistol, they win their anti-eco, but the anti-eco was expensive. Definitely 3 of their members being down means that it allows franchise players a little bit of a chance of, you know, countering against this bonus buy that they have. And already franchise players know they'll have a stronger buy, but it ups their odds of winning this round just slightly bit more. Medal can still, in a way, win this bonus round. It's just become slightly a little bit more difficult than it already was.
You're absolutely right. And now, as franchise players go for a very fast push through long here, it's going to be Tricky. Point blank to shut down Skills. That's the opening that Medal needed. More importantly, we wanted to see Tricky come online, and this is it. From the high grounds, Tricky! Behave yourself, my son! Finishes off Hellranger. Rossi eventually trades, but the damage has been done. Fox able to finish the job now, brings it to the 2v4. Yes, there are players sight, but what good can they hope to do? Lightning Fast while vulnerable. Back sight has to swing out. There's the Trailblazer's going to spot him out as well. Lightning Fast, a rock in a hard place. Finished off. Medal reduced the differential to just 3 rounds off the back of a lightning fast push.
Absolutely, there was no stoppage to Metal Esports whatsoever, and franchise players right now, okay, this is very interesting for their side because, well, they've lost their bonus, they've lost the round that they invested everything into it when it comes to money at hand. They have to go for an eco. There is nothing against that. So not only is this round a plain and sort out win for the side of Medal, it also means that they are building their credit economy even further because they'll be maximizing, they'll be, making sure that they have the most amount of kills with the minimal amount of deaths. They want to minimize the casualties at hand. They don't want to repeat of what happened in their anti-eco. They don't want a lot of bodies to be dropped. So keeping that in mind, Metal Esports and the economy will be looking really, really solid.
There's Batman to shut down Lightning Fast. Down to the 4 versus 5 now. Bear in mind, it is just a couple of pistols in the mix of franchise players. They only need a few kills here or there to make this a worth round. But Medal, once again, are making this look so damn clean. Swing from Tricky. Going to finish the job on the skills. They know Rossi's in the mix as well. It's all on Sky. 1 versus 4. Sheriff in hand, a gleam in his eyes and a spring in his step. Unfortunately, he's stepping ever so closer to the encroached danger of Tricky. He'll be sent to the afterlife. Hellranger, I don't quite know if he's really grasping the distance of that vandal, though. And no, he's not. Fox, fully blinded, bullet through the wall into the skull of the sky, is going to give us another round now on the bounce for Medal.
All right. So Medal have definitely, surmounted themselves as the team who are looking to make that comeback. Thing is, this has got to be the breaking point for franchise players. If they lose this round, Medal will be well on their way to not only equalize the score, but potentially take the lead after being downtrodden time and time again on the map of Bind. They can overturn all of that. But if franchise players win here, then we'll have a lot more of an even-Stevens matchup. But right now, Tricky, isolated, pushed into showers, shut down, Lightning Fast gets another, and franchise players are gaining a lot more of this map control. Look at that God Vexy, he's back in towards attacker's spawn. The spike's not with him. Badman will be swinging here, and only now do franchise players realize that, okay guys, we have overextended quite a significant amount. We've got to hold our ground, and only then we have to look for these gunfights. So they fall back safely towards the bomb site after all the damage that has been done.
They back off, however, they do still have a Viper's Pit available on Medal, and so getting out of showers may suddenly become very easy if they're able to get in a position to deploy it and get a plant in it. The Showstopper available for Lightning Fast is the only ult available, at least on the players who are alive, and he's slowly listing away from this A site. Rossi now, holding the swing from showers. Here's the utility get deployed from both the Sky and the Viper. Has to back off for the time being. The Seeker will be destroyed out, but will also betray his position. Ezzy's able to punish it now. Down to the 3 versus 3. Out comes the Showstopper. Shuts down Badman. There goes the pit. Suddenly things are going to get very difficult for them. Especially with the last two in showers. 20 seconds left. They need their kills. They need them quickly. The flash is perfect. Skills chimes in. Lightning Fast seals the deal. A 3k from the raise and a 10th round for franchise players.
Man, I don't know what it is about the Showstopper from Lightning Fast. It seems to find Badman, and Badman specifically.
It's isn't it?
Exactly. I was going to say, I swear, Krim, I was going to say the exact joke right there. You took it out of my mouth. But yeah, I mean, both of us were thinking the same thing. If Badman himself is, I think he was pretty frustrated. I just saw when he died, he flung his arms in the air whenever, fair enough. I'm not going to blame him for that. If this kept on happening to me as the Viper, whenever I was going for the Viper split, only then is the Showstopper brought out, and every single time the opponent lands it, man, I'd be bugged off as well about that. But regardless, franchise players, they put an end to Medal's winning streak, right? They make sure that, like I just said, the breaking point of franchise players is where they still move on forward with a victory. They don't crumble under the pressure. They reach double digits. The thing is now, Tremor, how do both of these teams move on forward? Because things are still, to a certain extent, even Stevens, even if the score is not a representation of that.
I think that for franchise players, they need to find a way to keep their confidence. And I wouldn't mind seeing something aggressive off the back of the Nightfall from Kappa, rather maybe using it spontaneously rather than waiting for the afterplant to use it. Same could be said for that Tour de Force. I think probably next round, if Rossi dies here and they can't save the operator, instantly bring out Tour de Force, keep that long-range pressure there on Medal, so that they're not given that space to set Tricky up to pop off, as he was able to do on Pearl. For the time being, though, it looks like it's going to be a default for Medal, try and get a bit of orb control, potentially set themselves up for a few extra ults to ease themselves into what could be their bode towards an 8th round. But before any of that, CCV, we have a quick tech timeout.
I believe one of the players seems to be having a couple of problems. As soon as that is fixed, of course, no disconnections as of now. So hopefully it's a problem that's only very, very temporary and it's resolved as soon as possible. But yeah, once that happens, we'll be resuming it. No one would like delays right now, especially none of these players, knowing just how important this is. Because again, to put the stakes on hand and on display for all the viewers who may have joined us, in the last couple of minutes or so, this is the final hurdle both Medal Esports and franchise players have of, making their way forward into the Challenger Series playoffs, where they will be fighting for a prize pool of $30,000 US. So again, 1 BO3, they secure a spot in the top 8. Right now, Tricky, Showstopper, what a kill! And the Pain Shells work in tandem. get rid of skills. So this is the best entry anyone could have ever asked from their ace.
That's absolutely perfect. Rossi's able to trade it down to the 3v3, but they step goes to the afterplan. Out comes the utility, but it's Vexy to shut down Rossi. Kappa switching to the operator, surprisingly, trying to do some damage wherever possible. However, as he swings out, shuts down lightning fast. It's on Kappa here. Does he just save the operator? I think he does here. What a round from Tricky there. Absolutely phenomenal. And for franchise players, they just back off. They've got no solution to this. Tricky. My God. My worry, though, is that did come off the back of a showstopper. So how consistently he's going to be able to open like that, I'm not sure. But the fact he was able to means that franchise players may be shook.
Yes, they are, and Kappa definitely is going to be, just very, very antsy about his position right now. He will be hunted down. Vexy wouldn't mind being killed right there, as long as it means there's no operator on the side of franchise players. And again, as we have a look at that, it's the pain shell as well, right? Just the perfect positioning of that pain shell means that skills also went down, so the brimstone is also out of the bomb side, was just a lot more helpful. And yeah, Tricky got the best opportunity and like the best clip out of everyone in this entire match so far. But still, the side of franchise players right now, thereby, because of that previous round, has been shook up. The attackers, they are looking to funnel themselves through B long. This time it's a lot more of a calmer execute. They'll wait for the smokes, only then they'll execute. Rossi's got the Tour de Force in hand. The concuss misses him. He's still in the bomb side. He cannot take down Ezzy. The first ranger is gone. And the remaining players of franchise players, they're also hasting to it.
I feel like they're fighting one at a time there on both players. Metal doing such a they're fighting one at a time. Metal doing such a good job at punishing this. Hellranger's caught out by Tricky, and Tricky's getting better and better and better, and Metal are getting more and more confident as franchise players are getting more and more scared. This is really actually quite worrying. They have to drop down to pistols once again. That's going to be the equalizer. We go into the buy round after this. Tricky, Vexy, they're going to start climbing up to their ults. Kappa, the same to be said for him. Skills has the orbital strike, but the duelist stalls, your showstoppers, your tour de forces, for franchise players, we're not going to see them for a good while now, unless Lightning Fast has one of these kind of Jubilee rounds.
Man, right now, franchise players definitely are struggling, and this round is going to be a walkover victory for Medal Esports, if anything. Because, like you mentioned the ultimates, the guns that have been brought as well as a full-on eco for these players. So, unless we see franchise players doing what was done to them on the map of Fracture with a thrifty round, things are not looking so good for them. But then again, thrifty is highly unlikely based on just how cautious Medal are when franchise are on weaker buys. They're anticipating any sort of plays. Nothing has happened so far. They're still holding their ground. They are waiting for the defenders to do something, gain an advantage from somewhere, and this is definitely bringing that anxiety into franchise players as well, because they don't have any information. They have a 4-stack on the B-bomb side. They are thinking, where are the attackers coming in? Painchas goes through, 4 defenders right here. Rossi gets the first. Maybe something happens, but no. Medal have already repositioned with everyone now being on A.
I like the 4 rotation instantly. There is a flank coming now from the Brim, and I don't think this is going to be expected to be at least that quickly from Medal. Oh, we think it is. Ezzy is caught out. The orbital strike by
God!
Oh, and he gets Vexy as well. Okay, suddenly we have a round on our hands. The Boombot spots out Badman. He's able to avoid the damage from it, but the seize is going to hit him now, and knowing players are going to be trapped in labs is going to be perfect. Lightning Fast going for
13
another.
seconds.
Does he know Badman's going to be there? There's not enough time. Flash is good. However, the bullets are better from Badman. 8 seconds, taps it once, tries to tap it again from the angle. Kappa delivers the killing blow. Franchise players, they snatch a round out of nowhere, and that's off the back of an incredible round from Hellranger.
My God, that was genuinely out of nowhere. No one anticipated that. Absolutely no person thought of it in a sense that franchise players would be able to get it. But no, those gunfights, SK Rossi getting it on the B-bomb side, the reposition being thought about as well, and then you had skills with the orbital strike and the stinger kill, most importantly, on towards A lobby. Meant that, my God, yeah, franchise players get 11 rounds. They have more than enough for a full buy right now. Tricky alone towards the B long. He'll be the first one to push forward. Here's Rossi, headshot. And one chamber's gone, the other lives.
Rossi still holding the swing here. I think he's anticipating a follow-up. And the follow-up is there. However, the follow-up from Badman. He's been able to get close to Lamps here. This may actually invigor the rest of this kind of party outside of B to wrap back around through spawn over to A, where they can try and challenge the position Badman's already threatening, already anchoring. However, as you can see from the position of Hellranger, they already think there's going, or from the position of Skills, sorry, they already think there's going to be a player in Lamps. Seekers come out, flashes to follow. It's a full execution. The Haunts doesn't quite hit Badman, and he may try and exploit this on the Skills. Attempts to swing out, can't quite see him though. There's the swing, spotted out, there's the kill, there's the second pick of the round now. 3 versus 5. Ult's already on box here. Let's be so careful about this swing.
Spike
It's an
hasn't gone
absolute
down.
slaughter. No Spike as well. 1 versus 4. Goes through the teleporter. He'll be able to guarantee a plant here unless Skills is able to shoot him in the back. Regardless, those 20 seconds is not enough time. Center of the pipes tries to punch down that big Spike. Does just that though. Lightning Fast is swift to retaliate, bringing franchise players their 12th round.
Alright, so again, yeah, franchise players, this seems like a second win for their side. They have gotten the rejuvenation of confidence, and I think a big factor to that has got to be the initial kills as well. For the past couple of rounds, we've been seeing the initial kills go their way. Rossi in this one as well, he got that on towards Ezzy, and the defense just completely folds over the attack of Medal Esports. These guys, they're doing such a good job of preventing the spike from going down that Medal have no choice but to give up the execute. Medal have no choice but to give up the bomb side, reposition somewhere, and in turn lose the kind of momentum they must have had executing to A or to B, whatever it may be.
Absolutely right now. Rossi has to be careful on the off angle. There's the boombot, here's the flash, avoids the flash, swings out, shuts down Tricky, and that's a hell of an opening as well, especially onto Tricky as well. He's the playmaker for Medal. He is the guy who opens sight. Missed shot from Rossi, but the information may be enough. He knows that there is a Viper there. Tries to swing out, able to recover it. Avoids the orbital strike. Doubles down again. Doubles down easy. Swings out. Makes it 4. Can he finish it with the ace now? Tour de Force comes out, hunting for the sky now. And Vexy's got to be scared. He's able to shut him down though. But a 1v3 will be all that keeps him in the game. And he's not able to convert it. Franchise players, they take a third and final map, 13-9.
You know, just like a solid 5 seconds of silence right now for that last round. SK Rossi, I think he did it, like, in the best manner possible, you know. Like, he has obviously been the person highlighted in the entirety of South Asian Valorant, without a doubt. Now, when his team needed him the most, by far, he stepped up to the plateau. It's not just this round. Every single round prior to this, the Operator, the Headhunter, the Vandal, the Phantom, he made it work. He got those initial kills. Franchise players, they got it. And man, I'd just like to say that very rarely I do this, but I actually opened up, you know, the YouTube chat as well, and I saw a lot of tattoos. Where? No. What did I say? What did I say? I knew it. I had faith in franchise
as well.
I'm
a very happy man. What a serendipitous occasion. I also want to highlight, and this may be an ill omen for the future. Rossi played well, yes, and those final 4 rounds was Rossi doing what he does best. My real worry though is if he doesn't do that, what happens? If Rossi isn't there, what happens? And,
I mean.
It seems like against Bleed, against Xerxia, we're talking kind of some of the best in APAC. They are not going to allow Rossi to get away with stuff like this.
There have been times as well. I mean, you know what? Let me first give a more recent example. You talked about exactly on the side of Tricky, right? After the events of Pearl, you mentioned if Tricky doesn't have the best of days, it's going to be tough. It's not like Tricky had a below average day by no means whatsoever. He had a good day. it wasn't enough. It wasn't what was required of a match such as this. So I have to, yeah, completely agree with you that, once
Yeah,
we go into the actual set of matches where we'll be having the inter-regional matches, right? Yeah, exactly. Franchise players
yeah,
versus
absolutely.
Xerxia, Bleed and all that. This will be required not just from Rossi. I mean, Rossi from him the most, yes, but from everyone. Everyone's got to perform. And yes,
Yeah,
there have been times earlier in this roster of franchise players where they've been shut down. I remember a couple of tournament matches we had here at the esports club, like late 2021, like December and all. Again, it was a very different franchise players back then. The players were not as experienced as they are, obviously not, but still there have been instances of Rossi getting shut down and the team suffering because of it in maps.
yeah, exactly. And sort of as the team does get more experienced, I'm really interested to see how they're going to fare. Bear in mind that this is still early days of a tournament. Teams like Global, in fact, we see the same from Velocity. They do a lot better sort of the longer the tournament goes on for. So I think there may be the same for Global here, because as this has gone on, as this tournament, as this series has gone on, Rossi's got better. So I think that
Absolutely.
is still good signs ahead. And while we are in the highlights, let's talk about Medal, because what on earth was that? These guys played out of their minds, CCV. This was not franchise players playing badly. This was Medal really doing well. Like, we're talking bloody well. Damn well. We saw this bracket. We thought, okay, maybe a quick day, maybe a third map, but it'll be quick regardless. We need to shut up next time we see a bracket with Medal in it. These guys were nuts. And you've got to talk, when we talk about Medal, you've got to talk about Tricky. His performance on Pearl was astronomical, and we saw these sort of flashes of brilliance on this map as well. We saw these entries from Tricky can just be so damn good. So credit where credit is due to Medal. They have earned playing to go 3 maps against franchise players. Absolutely earned it.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, again, in the pre-match predictions as well, in the pre-match presentation we had, of course, yeah, I mean, we all had that running joke of us not knowing who franchise players were, me supporting Medal. But again, Medal Esports, by no way was this going to be a walkover victory. We have seen them in the prior Challenger Series. Yes, they haven't qualified for LAN. Yes, they are not, the tier 1 organization in South Asian Valorant right now, but very well they're on their way to progress forward, and progression is one of my favorite factors of Medal Esports, and is a great attribute of so many of these up and coming teams, is that they keep on improving no matter what happens. Time and time again, they will be improving, and this also is a great example of that. So as we now have a look at the numbers, all right, again, decent performance from Medal, just shy away from equalizing franchise players towards the very end, and it's that difference that costed them the best of 3, sadly.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I mean, got to talk about SK Rossi. Played out his mind. Played out his mind. This final 4 rounds. That was just prime SK Rossi. Let's take a look at the scoreline of the entire series, though, because of course, because of the tech problems, we did have quite a long series. Let's bring us all the way back to Fracture. Back in time to Fracture, where we saw franchise players go 13-7 and take that map. And it was there we sort of, for a moment, the kind of first 10 rounds, we suddenly realized that Medal are a team that can't be trifled with. That was all but embodied when we then went to Pearl, and Medal were able to beat franchise players on their own map pick. We then went to Bind, of course, which we were just able to see, and it was neck and neck for a good while, but in the end, franchise players, they were able to just teeter themselves into the lead to take that 13-9 and progress through to the main bracket of the Esports Club Challenger Series.
Absolutely. So yeah, I believe we'll be having all our, finalized teams as well. Of course, we've got the invited teams, we've got Southeast Asian qualified teams, South Asian qualified teams as well. But right now, still, talking about the performance we had, because, we still have a little bit of matches remaining in the Southeast Asian side. Right now, South Asia, I mean, yeah, the performances from all of these players. I mean, this is just the player of the series, Rossi, Chamber, and he definitely was locked and loaded every single time. 30 kills towards the very end. Even on Fracture, he had a really good day. 330 average combat score, 367 average combat score on these 2 maps. On Pearl, where he was a little bit silent, was where, yes, Medal Esports did end up taking the win. So this also goes in tune with the point you were making, Kremo, of, everyone in franchise players, they've got to step up to the mark, and Rossi definitely has that responsibility.
Yep, you're absolutely right. However, well earned from it. I think also one of the reasons he had such a little kill count on Pearl was Rossi was the entry there. He's having to entry as a chamber, and you're never going to have many kills when you're doing that. So he was also having to opt on A instead of B. It leaves you very, very little wiggle room. So for Rossi, I feel like that Pearl map was just enabling the rest of his team. We saw him sort of take a more indicative role as to what we'd expect from him when we went on to bind there. Yeah, sorry how good he can be.
Absolutely, yeah. Terrific day he had right there on bind. For franchise players as well, they'll be breathing a sigh of relief, but they know what's next. Even even for Velocity, right, now that we know that their best of 3 was a 2-0, yeah, they'll be like, okay, we defeated Reckoning Esports. Reckoning and Velocity, they've definitely had their ups and downs, the player changes as well. Deadly now moving over. I heard Deadly was having a really good day out in the field today. That's also nice to know. But apart from that, once we see these teams again perform against each other, that's also going to be very interesting. We'll be seeing Velocity up against franchised players. Of course, everyone's got to look out for it. But again, these teams are in their new phases of sorts. Not only have roster changes happened, well, roster changes on the side of Velocity. Again, they'll be shown in a new light, and they'll be a lot more experienced. So as viewers, as watchers, we ourselves don't exactly know what to expect. That's the main thing. Considering the upsets that have been happening right now, considering, Goblin Attackers defeating Enigma, keeping all of that in mind, it's definitely going to be extremely interesting seeing what happens next. But in order for all of you to see what happens next as well, make sure you are subscribed to the Esports Club YouTube channel if you want to enjoy the Hindi broadcast as well. We are live on YouTube every single day. The broadcast will be going on there right now as well. And of course, if you want, the best monitors in town, LG Ultragear has got you covered. If you want anything of desire, you've got Amazon.in. The best laptops will be provided from Asus for all your memory and storage needs. For your RAM, for your SSDs, crucial, have the fastest RAM physically possible. And obviously, we know gaming happens with Intel. And if you need any prerequisites for gaming, most importantly, any graphic cards, Zotac always has you covered. As all of us here at the Esports Club, myself, CCV, alongside Kremer, we've had you covered for the past couple of hours. We'll be taking a leave. We'll be seeing you tomorrow at 1 p.m. IST for the Southeast Asian matchups. Till then, take care and bye-bye.
यार गेम क्या सुपर स्मूथ चल रहा है.
Asus gaming laptop, वो भी amazing deal के साथ. And I can pay आराम से with a 12-month no cost EMI. Crazy!
कहाँ से लिया?
Bro, JBL earbuds at 45% off. उसके ऊपर free Kindle and Audible subscriptions. Can you believe it? अब ये देख. शांति.
कहाँ से लिया? Sorry.
Hey, you! I'm tracking my run on this new smartwatch I got. Noise का 70% off.
Oh,
मैंने सोचा ऐसी डील पे मैं भी अपनी फिटनेस बढ़ा लूं. Seamless Bluetooth calling. Hey, I'm running towards you. Yeah. ये देख, I just got this Intel Evo laptop in exchange for my old one. 20,000 बच गए. बस 99 rupees में extended warranty. Plus 20% off भी मिल गया. Pretty sweet deal, right?
Totally feel you, bro. This iPad was always on my wish list. Got the latest one at a great deal and saved $8,000 in exchange for my old phone.
Hey, what's up?
सबको इतनी बढ़िया डील्स मिल रही हैं. ये सब कहाँ से लिया?
Amazon से लिया.
Amazon Great Indian Festival से.
Amazon Great Indian Festival पर मिलेंगे इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स पर जबरदस्त डील्स, नो कॉस्ट EMI, एक्सचेंज ऑफर और सेम डे डिलीवरी.
अब इंडिया बोलेगा Amazon से लिया.